1, 2, 3, and what's good, baby? Ayo, ayo, ayo.
Come on, man. Let's get in here.
Ayo, ayo, ayo.
Let's get in here. At some point in the first 2 minutes, I need to hear Stringer Bell.
Let's go. Oh, we back up, baby. We back up. Yes, sir. Mrs. Mac 10, what's happening? Dr. David, what's good? James Tyree, what's happening? BCH Custom Cabinetry. Michigan Wolverines, what's cracking? Michael, Will Z, Miss P, Courtside P.
Courtside
P. What's
Which
happening,
one
Benny?
Is it worldwide P or courtside P? It just depends on the day.
Worldwide, yeah. I mean, she get both.
Yeah,
she get both.
She everywhere. We ain't never there.
Patrick got his AEW tickets. I like it. Cud and Pete, what's happening?
Good kid, Dad City in the house.
Tony
Edwards in the house.
David Jackson. Tyler, what's good? Tyler, looking forward to seeing you next week.
Yeah, man.
Uh-oh.
Riley, you know the
Oh,
vibes.
there he is. Oh, whew. Got nervous for a minute. Got nervous. What's up, Ramsey?
Riley, you know the vibes, baby. You know the vibes, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's put these boys in the dirt. What Gucci Man said that one time? Put his ass in the dirt.
Oh, Profound 916. We own it. Oh, we gotta get Sabonis post game last night. It's on the Kings. How much time do we have? I think I could do it. Oh, okay. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it.
That race is gonna be crazy.
We'll get there. Yeah, we got to get that clip of Sabonis saying, "If it ain't hard, it ain't fun" on the board. That's got to be on the board. That's got to be on the board. He said that, and I popped. I was like, Domas. In his defense, he said Doug said it, but still.
You can't say anything on this show.
Nothing. Nothing.
Can't say anything on this show.
All right, baby. I think it's about that time.
Domas.
I don't know if those are a price, but I like them. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, give me one more. Yeah.
Matter of fact, let's start a new tradition.
Oh,
let's
from
go
the
ahead
top.
and fade that down.
Let's go from the top.
Start with our man right out the gate.
You know the vibes.
Straight bars, baby. Young Zell. Light the beam. Come on.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings.
That's
Whole
right.
squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing.
Let's go.
So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound.
Yeah.
It's 9:16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam.
Hey.
Let's go. Like a beam, baby.
Hey. Come
That's
on,
our man,
baby.
Young Zell.
Come on, baby. Let's go. That's the way we doing things out here,
Check
baby.
out Young Zell, Light the
Come on,
Beam
man.
on iTunes, digital platforms. It's all over Twitter. It's on YouTube. That's our guy. That's the official anthem now. When the Kings win, Young Zell, we see you. Thanks for putting that together. And don't fret, we got Drake bars on the way.
Oh, yeah.
We appreciate y'all getting into the act. Welcome into the Thursday, December 15th edition of D-Lo McKC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me. I want you to put the word out there.
Oh, yeah.
We back up.
Oh, yeah.
Understand me? We back up.
We back up.
Betty Thursday is back up. It's got a bit of a different vibe today. Olivia Christian's going to be with us. Coach David Patrick
Hey,
going to
DP.
join us coming up here at about 1:50. Matt George in the final hour of the show. Nick Wagner scheduled to join us right now before his Sports Center hit. leading
Come on, man. Big time, man.
into the 49ers opportunity to clinch the NFC West tonight against
yeah.
the Seattle Seahawks.
Hey, let's get that done.
On Thursday.
Let's get
night
that done.
Football.
I want to hear nothing in that stupid stadium. Nothing.
We've got 4 hours to talk about it all, but we will begin with your Sacramento Kings beating the Toronto Raptors last night, 124-123 in perhaps the most horrendously officiated game in recent memory. Domantas Sabonis puts out another 20-20 performance. De'Aaron Fox is back.
Yeah, man.
With 27, 6, and 10. And the Sacramento Kings walk away. They leave Canada with a victory.
I ain't even seen it.
You ain't even seen it, but that's all right. You know it's funny.
Hey, man, I talked about this last night with the professor, Jason Jones, as we recorded J Street Vibes. It's out anywhere you
available now, wherever you get podcasts from.
You get them. Win of the year so far last night. Win of the year. I mean, we had some good ones. Charlotte was a good one. Detroit was a good one. Cleveland the first time was a good one. Cleveland the second time was a good one.
Second time was a good one.
The Golden State Warriors one was a good one. We had some good ones, but I don't know, man. Lakers was a good one. I don't know, man. Pound for pound, this might be it so far.
See, that might be the stupid key phrase right there. Pound for pound. This team had everything working against them. Not the least of which was themselves. They were turning the ball over.
Oh, man.
Toronto wasn't.
Man, I thought that was a typo. I thought that was in the third quarter when it was like 10-0 in turnovers. I thought, there was a glitch in the matrix. No, they had no turnovers.
Perhaps more. I don't know what's more incredible. The amount of quarters that Toronto went without a turnover, or the amount of quarters the Sacramento Kings went without going to the foul line. Like how? See, I wasn't going to say that. I thought we let that fall off into the metaverse, and that wasn't around anymore.
Who said? I agree with what somebody said. Before he fell off the deep end is fine. Anything after is not okay.
So, okay, we'll discuss this later because we're going to have to define when the deep end actually is. That was a game I thought, man, the Kings they're hanging around. They're hanging around. But Toronto that has to be the most composed team in the entire NBA. They never looked out of sorts. They never looked out of whack. During all of those runs, anytime Nick Nurse would call a timeout, they'd come out of that timeout. They'd execute perfectly.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I wouldn't say it's the game of the year.
Okay.
Win of the year, I might give you that.
Yeah.
Pound for pound.
Pound for pound, baby.
I might give you that.
Especially when you were dealing with Fred Van Curry out there.
Well, Fred Van Clerk, I thought that was Fred Van Derrick Henry.
That too.
At the end,
bro? That was crazy. I
ain't never seen a ball player get laid out the way De'Aaron Fox did on that final play, and the ref just look at him. Huh?
I heard you hear all the time swallowing your whistle at the end of the games. Come on, man, that was ridiculous. I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, it's not. I'm fully waiting for the whistle to be blown.
Mm-hmm.
The shots in the air, I'm still waiting for maybe a late whistle. No, nothing. The hell was that? But it's all right, though. It's all right, though. Five got it. Five ain't tripping.
Nah, he wasn't.
Five ain't tripping.
Five had a bit of an attitude last night.
Don't blame him.
Five was ready to rock. Speaking of attitudes, hey, shout out to my coach. I said shout out to my coach.
Let's go.
It's long overdue. Like, it had been cooking for a while. And when they went to the replay, you could see Mike Brown's brain percolating. He knew it's time.
He said
it's time. And he went and he got his money's worth. He told that official, he told that group of officials exactly what he thought about them. Because he knew I'm getting tossed right here.
Yeah.
Jordy's more than capable of handling this. And you don't have to look any further than Malik Monk, Domantas Sabonis, both before you even went to social media, you saw on NBC Sports California. Now we did that for Mike. Like Mike took that hit for us. We did that. We got this win for Mike.
Yeah, man. This is a complete unit. This is a unified unit, this group. And it's a situation where everybody has each other's back. And you see that not only with the players and how they respond to Mike Brown, but Mike Brown and how he responded to what was going on with De'Aaron Fox. You know what I mean? Like he said, I'm tired of this. I'm not letting this ride without, at the very least, people knowing how I feel about it, knowing that it's not okay. It's not all right the way this man is officiated, and just the incompetence of the officials. He tried to be polite, politically correct earlier in the season. You know, he tried that, and that didn't get nothing done.
Nope.
So now you got it. Now you got to do what you got to do, and if you got to call somebody out of their name, then that's what you got to do. Because the incompetence is getting ridiculous. It is. It's not getting ridiculous. It is ridiculous. The incompetence from these referees. I mean, the play in question. I don't know what you're looking at. Fred VanVleet gives a forearm shiver to De'Aaron Fox while attacking the basket. Doesn't get called. And all of a sudden, I think it was Harrison Barnes gets gone for the foul. I mean, yeah, I would have been on the same thing if I was Coach Brown. I would have been on the same thing. I would have looked over at Jordy, but you got a big dog, and I would have went off. They would have been pulling me back even more.
0 free throws in the first quarter, 10 in the second. 0 free throws in the third quarter.
Come on, man.
10 in the fourth. How?
And let's be fair about the fourth too. Let's tell the whole story. 6 of those were like we have to foul because because we're down.
Yep.
They only got like 4 real free throws in the fourth quarter.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible. And it's unfortunate. Like that's the story of this game. Like you can't avoid it. Fox looking like Stone Cold Steve Austin at WrestleMania 13.
That was a hell of a tweet by you. That was some good stuff.
looking like Stone Cold Steve Austin in the I Quit match. In what foul? What the problem is? What do you mean? The Kings are bleeding on the floor. Can't get a whistle.
And the other thing, the thing that I always say, you know, I would tell referees in situations like that. I better look, man. I'm not sitting here saying we're not fouling. This is a physical game. But it can't be that. It can't be we're the only ones fouling. This is a physical game. I'm not saying we're not fouling. I'm telling you, it can't be the fact where they go to the line X amount of times and we've got 0.
Yeah.
How is the game being played that way? It's nasty right now.
It is. I don't know how you fix this. You would hope. I think it's noteworthy. Best of my recollection, Mike Brown didn't get fined either time he said something. Now there's no avoiding a fine now. Like you got ejected. You took that off. You took the deep plunge. You're going to get fined. Those are the rules. To the best of my recollection, he didn't get fined either of the first 2 times he called out officials.
I don't think he did, and I want to be perfectly clear. He should not be suspended for no game. He didn't make contact. The ref made contact with him.
I'm sorry. Is that a discussion?
Yeah.
People
talking about he might not coach in Detroit. No, he didn't make contact with no ref. Put his hands on him. All right, there's that. Get your hands off of me. I didn't slap it down now like I should, like I was Aaron Donald or something. I could have done that if I was Mike Brown. I didn't do that. Get your hands off of me. And the guy he was really cursing at, he didn't touch him. So I don't want to hear nothing about how he should be suspended again.
Yeah, that I don't see that happening. Not in Adam Silver's NBA. David Stern has suspended Mike Brown from the grave. Because that's how he operates, and that's all right. That's the difference between the 2 commissioners. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's ridiculous. I want to talk more about Mike Brown, and I want to talk about that job Jordy Fernandez did. Because we saw Mike get tossed. We saw Jordy. If you went to social media, you saw some things there. if you watched the post-game show, you heard Domantas Sabonis bring up Doug Christie.
Mm.
Man, that was a job by that Sacramento Kings coaching staff. We're going to dive into that. We'll talk about the job that Terrence Davis did stepping into the starting lineup for Kevin Huerter as well.
Absolutely. I just want to say, in everything that you say, we're going to talk about. We got to talk about 5.
Oh, we're going to.
We got to talk about 5.
Yeah, we're going to do that.
Because 5 was back last night.
And we've got 4 hours to do it. We're so happy that you're here with us on 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 on ESPN 1320 on the Odyssey app. We appreciate those watching on Twitch, on YouTube. Drake Bars.
Yeah, man.
Coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
6.
Let's see. Got to share the screen, dummy. Boom. Nope. Rookie. Look like our staff trying to figure out Zoom this morning. There it is. There we go.
I don't know, Rory. I might have been like homeboy in Milwaukee. They might have been walking me out.
Right there. Right there. That one. In the hat.
I want to know what was said, man. I want to know what was said. He said he's threatening his life. I mean, was he really? I don't know. I want to know what was said. Put that on your next podcast, Draymond.
He told him you in trouble if something happened to Steph Curry, and they might be on the border of facing that realization.
That was life threatening for Draymond. Like, what? That's my lifeline. Get him out.
It's true. It's true. It's true. Oh, it's damn true.
Yeah, get well soon, Steph.
Yeah, we don't need to go an extended time without seeing Steph.
I'm here now. You old news. Got a couple Porsche trucks, couple old schools. Absolutely. Michigan Wolverines 3-3 is a successful road trip. For sure. Well, you know the vibes, man. That's our guy, man. Shout out TD, man. I was really happy to see him step up the way he did yesterday.
Oh, yeah. It was big time.
We're going to talk about that.
Big time, huh? Uh-huh. And that boy Malik. Malik was
back.
Malik was like, did you call me a other?
Yeah. He said, put some respect on my name. Hey, and I want to give a big shout out to our guy, Tyrese Halliburton. Good job, baby.
Oh,
good job, Tyrese.
Oh, yeah. That was a good win for the Pacers last night.
Do work.
That was a good dub last night.
Yeah. Do work.
Good dub.
Oh, shout out to our guy, Evan Mobley, too. Do work, baby. Do work. Beat up on the Mavs. Do work. You see your boy Luka not high-fiving his teammates?
Oh, no.
Maybe he sucks. Well, he don't suck, but maybe you're the problem.
It's not Luka.
And then some people,
Matt
some
George
people
said it first.
Some people tried to say he stared down Cuban when he.
Damn, that was an eventful game I missed.
Damn, where was it at? I forgot. I don't know where it was at. I wish I would have kept it. But as he was not high-fiving his teammates, here it is. They were like, some people were like, did he just stare down Cubes? It was in the first quarter, too. Settle down, Luka.
Their second best player is what? Spencer Dinwiddie?
Yeah. But we gonna keep saying this. Like, look, I said it last year. He ain't gonna pass the ball. He can bring whoever you want in there. He ain't gonna give it to him.
He doesn't have anyone to pass to, though.
But he ain't gonna give it to him. He didn't give it to Porzingis when he was
Come
there.
on now.
They didn't give it to Porzingis. They had Porzingis out there like role player and a screen setter. That's how you have Porzingis.
Come on, Adam. Don't do that, man. Don't do that. That's not cool. Don't do that. Come on, man. Hey, Pacers got the dub last night. We needed it. And it helps us. I'm rooting for all the West to lose. It's crazy, right? As soon as I saw that number, I was like, I wonder what ours is. 40,000. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and throw country grammar on here? Hit us with a little Belle Biv DeVoe. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube. Oh man, Kings get the win last night. You know, we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, man.
But we got business to attend to when the Kings win.
You know the vibes. It's been a while. When was the last one? It was like a week, right? It's been about a week because we didn't do Cavs. They lost to the Bucks.
Yeah.
The Bulls. It was like Monday.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Let's not pretend like we didn't go like 3.5 weeks last year.
No, you said it's no
Drake
more.
Bars. I know. It's different. And I love how Drake Bars is caught on. I love that Young Zell has wrote the victory theme here,
sir.
Light the Beam,
and
man, no win would be complete without Drake Bars. Shout out to our man Timothy Rhyme right here.
Yeah, man.
Profound 916 on Twitter.
Got in his back.
Let's go, baby.
Drake Bars pieced the deal, and when Kenny Domas is an all-star, he put up 21 and 20. Fox put up 27 assists. He had many. Refs weren't very friendly. Bad calls, we had plenty. Van Fleet was flopping all over the court. Mike Brown got ejected, couldn't take it anymore. Siakam was a problem. Scotty was too. The Raptors built the lead. I thought that we were through. Fox took over the game when he increased his pace, driving through the lane with blood dripping down his face. Kings locked in defensively. Forced a couple bricks. We got the dub now. That's our view from the 6. Yeah, like the beam. Much love to TD, but HB got the chain. DPOG. Malik put up 24. Mike Brown made it clear. Monk should be the 6th man of the year.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Much love, D-Lo and KC.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
Drake
sir.
Bars.
Let's go, baby. It's our man Timothy Brown at Profound 916 on Twitter. Go give our guy a follow if you want to be a part of Drake Bars. All you got to do is grab a beat, drop a flow, keep it clean. Tag D-Lo and KC, tag Kenny, tag me.
Yes, indeed.
And we'll get those bars to the air, man. Profound 916, we see you. Great work right there, baby. Great work right there,
Big
baby.
Ups.
We
Big
appreciate
ups.
you. That's good stuff, man.
We got look
what you started.
Hey, man,
look at God.
Look.
Look.
Let me tell you about my guy. Won't he do it?
Sweet baby Jesus. Look what he did.
All right, man. Bring him in, man. Bring the bars in, man. We trying to hear him. And also, if you've done it before, like Timothy, like Madman Leak, like Young Zell, it's not one and done. Like, get back in here.
And I'm gonna say this. You can clip this and send it to him if he ain't watching. Sean P.
Sean P, where you at, man?
I'm gonna need to hear you.
Come on, man. Sean P.
Justice,
Kane, the whole free game click. Where y'all at, baby?
It's a game Friday. There ain't nothing happening over the weekend. If the Kings go 3-3 on this road trip, the Kings beat Detroit. The Kings beat Detroit tomorrow night, we got Drake Bars Monday.
That's right.
Sean P, I've been hearing people talk about you. I need to hear something.
Come on now.
I know you the fashion icon.
Tag him.
I need to hear something, Sean P.
Sean P, man, we need to hear it. We like Funk Flex. Sean P, I'm challenging you. I'm challenging you.
It sounds like Funk Flex from Boston. My goodness, man. You want to start with 5? You want to talk about De'Aaron?
Hey, man, we got to talk about this dude, man, because I called for it. We called for it. You know, it wasn't no diss. It wasn't anything like that. I said, yo, he needs to be better. I see him out there physically. He looks fine to me. Now, I'm not saying he's not, dealing with it. I'm not saying that. I'm telling you, when he decides to go, it don't look like nothing's wrong. He just hasn't been getting the job done the way I know he can. And I need him to do that. And you know what? He did just that.
Mm-hmm.
He did just that. I don't want to call it a must-win game because it wasn't that, but it was a very important game. It was a game that it was very important for both teams. Both teams were getting after it.
Yeah.
Both teams had a sense of urgency yesterday to want to end whatever, losing streak or, bad vibes they had going on. Toronto was getting after it. Van Fleet was like, yo, I'm done with all this losing right now. I'm going to work. We're not losing. All right. We lost 2 to Orlando. We're back home. I'm not having that no more. He was balling. But De'Aaron Fox, that boy at 5, was like, no, I'm not having it.
Mm-hmm.
And he came through in the clutch, 27 points, 10 assists.
That's it right there.
10 assists.
That's it right
on
there.
the night, 6 rebounds. He was great. He was great last night.
He came through on multiple fronts, man, on a scoring level and on a distribution level. Let's take a look at our key stats. D'Lo and KC's key stats. Your key stat, 12 plus 3-pointers.
Blew it out the window.
17 last night, 37% from long range for the Sacramento Kings last night. Assist total, 29.
Yes.
Well over the total they've been at over this road trip where they've hovered around 17. I don't know that they've gone above 20 on this road trip prior to last night. The ball was moving. The ball was dropping. Terrence Davis got him off to a tremendous start. They got cold a little bit after that, and they found ways. Man, they found ways to regroup multiple times to keep that game within reach at the end.
Dare I say Terrence Davis to start the game was...
I would go with
sensational.
Yeah,
sensational.
That's what I would say as well. That's what I would say as well.
Hoodie available over at DLoandKC.com.
Yeah, man. I gotta check my mailbox. Should be in soon. You know what's interesting about everything? I just kind of want to say it because Mike Brown did what he had to do. He did what he had to do. That was almost game time, that moment. I think it was a 5-point possession. They got it to 9, so they must have been down 4. That whole sequence
when Mike Brown got tossed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was on the verge.
That was almost
that
like
was
he
like
did what he had to do, but while
it got bad.
Yeah.
It was
And I
like
was
a
like,
7-point swing, I think, or something like that because of the free throws, the foul, and if you not just the Mike Brown getting tossed, but if you factor in the play with De'Aaron before, because Mike didn't get tossed on the initial call on the bad call on De'Aaron the first time around. He waited a play. Raptors had scored a couple of times. Kings turned it over, or Raptors had scored. Kings had turned it over. Then another foul's called. Then Mike got tossed, and that's a.
I was sitting there.
It's like a 7-8 point possession.
I was sitting there watching it, and like I said, I didn't have any problem with Mike Brown doing. He had to do what he had to do.
Oh, that was
but I was sitting there, and as Fred VanVleet kept taking free throws with nobody on the lane, I was like, damn. Start doing the math. I was like, oh, this is like 5 points right here.
Yeah,
that's gonna put them down 9. But luckily
after the 3 they had already got on the previous possession.
Luckily they this team was tough enough to rebound from that, man. And you talked about him before the break. We can get in depth with him right now. Jordy Fernandez stepping in and doing what he did.
So I think the most telling thing for last night's game for me, obviously Kings fans, and the reaction on social media was almost universal. I tweeted something that I learned was not creative. Jill Adge tweeted almost verbatim the exact words, the exact reaction I had, as did about 3 or 4 dozen other Kings fans. Good for Mike Brown. This is BS. And it seems to be that's exactly what the Sacramento Kings players thought. And I watched Jordy out there. It's like, Jordy's obviously very, very capable. We saw him coach during the summer. We saw the reverence that squad had for him. But when the Kings posted that video of him going into the locker room and getting the victory treatment.
Mm-hmm.
You caught who was in the background leading the charge.
I thought I saw him.
It was Mike.
Sure. Yeah, I thought I saw him.
Mike was leading the charge.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, that's cool. This is coming off the heels of Domantas Sabonis talking on NBC Sports. Well, it was the post game press conference. NBC Sports California was airing it, and he had some interesting lines in there that we'll run back for you later. But most interesting is he talked about the speech that DC gave him. DC, Del Christie, gave him before today's game, and that really stood out to me. So in one fell swoop, Sabonis immediately mentions Doug Christie following the win. Malik Monk immediately references Mike Brown after the win, and then you see that team celebrating for Jordi Fernandez. This is the closest unit I think we've seen. You've said it a million times in 20 years.
Yeah.
Like, this team is so close, and when things like this happen, they know. Every single one of them who was asked, yeah, we had to do that for Mike. Every single person who had a camera or a phone put in front of him, we had to do that for Mike. We was going to get that. Mike cost himself some money. I think even Jordy said that. Mike cost himself some money, but we went out there and did it for him.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are, I'm not meaning this as any type of dig at anybody. They are everything we thought last year's team was going to be. Remember how they were, meeting up in LA and stacking days, and mixtapes being dropped. We're like, this team they're committed. They're locked in. They're here for each other.
Come on, man. Look at that picture right there on the screen. Look at that squad.
Come on now.
Harrison Barnes with the defensive player of the game chain. Like, look at this squad.
Yeah.
Look at the Beam team right there.
Yeah, man. This team they are in it for each other. Right? Like, they are committed to doing this together as a group, as a team, man. And it's beautiful to see. It is beautiful to see. And, you see, them all come to the defense of Mike Brown and, be so happy for Jordy and, and be happy. Another thing stuck out to me on Friday when they came back and had the 19-0 run. I think Keegan hits the 3 to put him up 4. And Malik Monk, who, was the guy that was out here having 20-point games, 30-point games and before the road trip, and struggled a little bit on this road trip and in that game particular to the point where he wasn't playing. He was the first one off the bench, like, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Like, hyped. I remember I saw some stuff earlier. I forgot what game it was. Terrence, it was after the 31-point game. He didn't play a couple games after that, like coach's decision. And they had to come back. And he was the first one off the bench. Let's go. Let's get it. Like, these guys, all they care about is winning, man.
Yeah.
That's all they care about. And they believe in each other, and they know that they have to do this together. And I think that coaching staff deserves a ton of credit for bringing this together. They've been extremely instrumental, in my opinion, for bringing these guys together.
Here's Domantas Sabonis after the game.
We just knew we had to come out and keep fighting together. This morning DC had a great speech, talking to us about no excuses. Everything's going to be hard, and if it's not hard, it's not fun, And then during the game, coach got kicked out. Kind of got all of us hyped up, and then we just had to do it for him, and then Jordy taking the lead over, did a great job. So we're just happy for this team to come out and have a great second half.
Okay. What Jim Ross said.
It's a new T-shirt coming to DealOnKC.com. If it's not hard, it's not fun.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
Yes, indeed. Doug Christie, words of wisdom right there. Domantas Sabonis talking post game. While we're listening to some post game sound, let's check in on Jordy as well. Jordi Fernandez stepped in. Jordy did. Okay, let's hear from Jordy first, and I want to point out something Jordy did last night that I caught my attention right away. Curious what you think about it.
I think we might be on the same page.
Okay, here's Jordy.
First of all, being on the road for so long and facing all these tough teams coming in this building, very physical team, a lot of length. We struggled, especially defensively. And, like you guys saw, coach got kicked out. I think, the fact that he fought so hard for his players, and then the players responded. And I think it was a collective effort. All the coaches were calm. They helped me a lot. And every single player, they were supporting. They played so hard. We came up with a win. You guys saw it. We shot the three very well. I know we struggled a little bit, and sometimes it happens, especially when you travel and you play all these defenses. They are so good. These guys are really good defensively. They switch, they have length. We got to the right spots. We let it fly, and we saw the ball go in. I think it was an amazing win. And again, then you see Domas, you see Fox, their numbers, right? They led the game at the end. The ball was in their hands. I didn't have to do much, and they brought it. They gave us a win. So it feels good. I think this is for coach, obviously, fighting for all of us, and then very happy for the players. They made it happen.
Man, you can't play that card. You can't pull that trigger too often in a season.
You get about 2, maybe 3 a game, or
Man,
3 a season.
Mike executed it to perfection, and you can see that not in the outcome. The outcome helps.
Mm-hmm.
You see that in the way Jordy talks about Mike Brown. Malik Monk talked about Mike Brown. You heard Domantas Sabonis a few minutes ago, the way that he talked about Mike Brown.
Yeah.
Man, it's coaching staff, bro.
That's the part. Their ass off right
that's the part where, before the season and, optimism and homers and whatever you wanted to say, that's where I thought like Vegas and these national people were just wrong in their breakdown of this team, is they weren't taking into account Mike Brown. And obviously, I mean, what this coaching staff collectively has done is tremendous. And the fact that this team is, celebrating regular season wins the way that they are, and they're celebrating every moment. And you got this damn beam. You got Matt Barnes, sitting at the table with Mo, making the call to light the beam in Sacramento. Like, man, that's just tremendous.
Yeah, man. It is. The vibes are immaculate.
It's a good call from Rory right here. Even Will Z can't calculate vibes, man. You can't calculate vibes.
You can't, and they're immaculate right now. The vibes are crazy, and I love how they celebrate these wins. Like, a team like the Warriors or Suns or somebody like that, they may, it's a regular season win, just whatever. Man, first of all, they're not the Warriors. You know what I mean? This franchise in this city, they hadn't been in this position in a long time. And I think this group feeds off that. They are just as excited for the success of themselves, of this team, as the fan base is. And they dive right into it, man. They're having a great time with it. And I think that helps them in times like what they went through, for the last 3 games in this road trip, times like last night, that helps. I think that helps motivate. It would help motivate me, like, man, I love to see people hyped up and excited. I want to give them that. I want to give this team that. We saw Mike Brown before the season, me and you and other media members. And I remember, I told him, like I said, yo, this play's ready to go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like if this team even shows a pulse, you're gonna be blown away by what this city shows. And damn it, that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah. Jordy did something. I don't know if Mike would have done it, but it got
I think you can say no. I think we can say he would not have done it.
I think it's fair to assume he wouldn't have. But he went to Rashawn Holmes.
I thought the same thing. It jumped out.
It was like glaring. It was the proverbial sore thumb that Kenny always has. It's Rashawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Rashawn was fine.
Yeah.
Went out there and worked.
I mean,
he didn't play a ton.
Yeah.
But it was noticeable to me that Rashawn was out there.
Yeah.
And I thought that felt like, was that a Jordy call?
Well,
and you don't know, you don't know, but kind of felt like a Jordy call.
So, like, I'm not, I talked about the vibes and everybody's doing a great job. Mike Brown's doing a great job. I'm not questioning him. But the first thing I thought about when I saw him go into the game was, oh, no, not everybody's on board that he shouldn't play. That's what I thought about. There probably some guys on the bench who are like, I think Rashawn should get more of a look than he's getting. And the first opportunity they got to give him more of a look than he's been getting, he got it, and he responded well. I also looked at it as, it's one of those things I always tell the kids and anybody who's playing, man, you just got to be ready, man. You're going to get an opportunity.
Can I want to make sure I'm right before I do it. Can I challenge you on that?
Sure.
Remember the end of the Philadelphia game? It was over.
Mm-hmm.
Rashawn got the call.
Mm-hmm.
Played really well. You can call him garbage minutes if you want to. But I'll ask you to take yourself back to the Golden State Warriors game. Chimezie Metu hadn't been playing. First Golden State Warriors game. Chimezie Metu hadn't been playing. Got some run. When the Kings were down big and closed the deficit a little bit. Chimezie's essentially been playing since. Is it possible that the Philadelphia game, that was Rashawn's moment? And Rashawn played well in the minutes that he was put out there. He made the most of them. He didn't look at it as garbage time. He didn't go out there and go through the motions and just try to get the game over with.
Right.
He went out there and played ball. He got the call again today in a game that they needed him, in a game that they needed everybody, and went out there and contributed in the short time that he was out there.
That's 100%.
Because Mike seems to give guys an opportunity. Okay, I saw something from Chimezie. All right, I'm gonna give you another chance.
Yeah,
after some DMPs, I'm gonna give you another shot.
That's 100% plausible. The only thing that I would say, and you asked the question before, is would Mike have done it? I don't think he would have put Rashawn in the game yesterday.
Okay,
but I could be wrong. We will. The world may never know.
1, 2,
3. No, it's 2, 3.
Yeah. It's like 4 people that know that commercial, by the way. There's 4 people old enough to remember.
Jesse, you know that commercial?
No, no. Jesse gave the thumbs up. Jesse remembers the commercial because we've done this bit on the show before.
I remember the commercial because I seen it on TV. All right, I'm not 10 years old.
There's no way you saw that on TV.
There's absolutely no way you saw that commercial on
yes,
TV.
They played it all the time. It's the little dumb owl or whatever. 1, 2.
Okay. All right. Maybe you do.
TV exists for us too, I mean, no one's eating lollipops now, but they were at that time.
Jesse getting a little fired up right there. Jesse about to get tossed. Jesse about to go Mike Brown on us. We don't have a Jordy in waiting though. We'd be in bad shape if Jesse got tossed. Goodness gracious. Okay. I just throw it out there. I thought the way that you thought when I saw Rashawn, I immediately thought, oh, that's a Jordy move.
That's what I thought.
And then I thought, okay, wait a minute. Maybe they had a conversation about Rashawn and the way that he played against Philadelphia, thinking, hey, maybe he could get some run for us moving forward. Maybe we'll get an answer tomorrow. Assuming Mike's not suspended.
Right. That craziness. He better not be suspended.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any strong indications that he will be. I didn't even notice it, to be honest. I just looked at it. I saw it just as a normal. That felt pretty normal to me. Normally in those situations where someone's getting suspended, you see something completely out of the norm. I didn't feel like that was out of the norm at all.
We're going to come back, talk more Kings before we get out of here. A couple of NBA notes.
Yeah,
Number one,
the
most, I don't want to say most important. That sounds kind of harsh. But the big news, Adrian Wojnarowski reports Golden State Steph Curry is expected to miss a few weeks with his left shoulder injury, sources tell ESPN.
With the number 1 pick.
and this is on Woj's OnlyFans, so most of y'all probably can't see this. He also tweeted out, Draymond Green has a sore back, and he'll be out for a few weeks.
Are you making that up?
Yes, kind of. Other,
didn't he get tossed last night?
Oh yeah, he got tossed.
He's like, where's Steph? Oh, Steph's gone. Shoot,
I'm out of here. The other thing that happened, Mark Stein is reporting that the Mavericks just announced that Maxi. I always say it's Kleber, right? I say Kleber, but it's Kleber, I think.
Okay.
Anyway,
there's no L in it.
There is an L. That's why I say Kleber, but I think it's Kleber.
It's a silent L?
I think so. They always try to correct me in the chatty house.
What if it was L Cool J all this time and we've just been saying it wrong because the L was silent. The second L was silent.
But anyway, Maxi suffered a right hamstring tear in practice and said there is no timetable yet for his return.
Right there's not. Damn. Oh, that's tough.
So
that sounds painful.
So, I don't wish injuries on anybody, but these are two Western Conference teams that you think that you're going up against
it's a shame.
for a spot.
Oh, it's so sad.
They're a little weak.
Hate to see it.
Hate to see it.
Hate to see it.
We'll come back. I think it's not That's what they always get me on. It's Kleber.
I was just trying to figure out how the L was silent. Like, where is he from where the L is
they
silent?
always get me on something. I forgot what it was. I call him Kleber at home.
Well, you can call him whatever. When the chatty house leave, he be talking again. We'll come back, man. We'll talk more Kings basketball. Get in here. We got Olivia coming up in about a half hour. Coach David Patrick right after that. Nick Wagner of ESPN is going to be with us coming up. And we'll talk more Kings basketball. 916-909-1320. It's dealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Wow, this is crazy. Tyrell Terry, the Mavs number 31 overall draft pick in 2020, just announced his retirement from basketball, citing, quote, the darkest times of my life and the anxiety this sport has caused me. Man, wish terrible. You all the well, buddy. All the best, man.
That's awful. That is awful. Yes, he does say Samuel's plural, but that's the great one of the great show bits.
Sometimes.
Right back. I'll root for the women's team, Jeremiah. Men's team I don't rock with.
Kenny sometimes having me wondering what people's last names are. Like when he says McDaniels, I had to look up to make sure his name wasn't Josh McDaniel. I was like, I got to make sure that this is right because Kenny's saying McDaniels, plural. I just got to make sure. Sorry, guys. I'm hungry already. I don't know. I was just going to let him have that one, though. All right, I'm looking it up. Let's see what we got here. Sorry, I got all this screen share still up. Let's see what we got, Dr. David. Was Jesse more mad when Mexico lost in the World Cup? Lollipop commercial. D-Lo ignores the breaks. Birds chirping. I don't know. Jesse was pretty pissed when Mexico lost in the World Cup.
Yeah, definitely that.
Yeah, Jesse was pretty pissed. Man, I hate that Steph's out because they are legit unwatchable if he's not there. And this is that y'all really couldn't get these young guys going. And I don't know, man. I'm trying to be less of a hater on this dude. Draymond feels toxic, man. He just feels just awful.
He's a mess. Just say what it is. He's an utter and complete mess. Not to be trusted.
I mean, and it's not like we just say it either. He gives us reasons to back it up.
I see a couple of people mentioning AEW. I did miss the big title match last night. I heard the crowd was super into Ricky Starks. I missed it because of the way my setup is. Yeah. Because of the way my setup is, because I missed it, I had to wait till today to go watch it. So I'll catch it tonight.
Do you know who won? Did Starkey baby win?
No, there was no way he was going to win. Like, that was MJF's first title.
Oh.
I thought they did a great job, though. I thought it was a great use of Ricky Starks because it put MJF over as a major, major heel, and it solidified Ricky as a huge babyface. And he did a great job, in my opinion.
So, do they only have like 3 wrestlers anybody cares about? Not that the others aren't good, but who's getting the buzz? The only thing I hear about is MJF, Starks, and Jade.
Damn, AEW is just like the UFC.
They had a 1, 2, 3 kid moment last night. They had a kid.
That's a good call to bring that back.
They had a kid. They had a kid in his first match beat Chris Jericho.
That's a good call to bring that back.
I guess the crowd was super into it.
We haven't seen that since the 1, 2, 3 kid. I don't think, huh?
No, not really. There was the Santino thing that they did, but it was goofy. Like, Santino wasn't really wrestling. That's the last thing that I can remember.
That's a good callback right there. Good job by them.
Yeah, from the looks of it, it was really entertaining. But like I said, I won't get to see it till actually I could catch it after the 49ers Seahawks tonight.
The Cobra, because we're coming back right now. The Cobra, the worst move that ever got over.
Oh, there's a lot of bad ones. It's up there. Yeah. Yeah.
ESPN 1320, D-Lo and KC here on a Victory Thursday. Can I say that? Do Kings get victory days like the Niners?
Why are you trying to take my gig? Like, my only job is to come back from commercial, go to commercial, and just set the show up for you. And now you're taking that away from me.
I thought I was helping.
Kenny Caraway show coming in 2023. Man, I only have 2 responsibilities. Kenny taking one of them away.
I thought I was helping, but I did want to say something before we got into the Kings. I saw this stat, this long stat. I'm going to try and condense it as much as possible.
Okay.
I guess I can do it this way. Steph Curry out for a few weeks for the Golden State Warriors.
And that's literally what it says, by the way. There's nothing definitive past a few weeks for those.
Few weeks. I mean, we could be talking about the first of the year. That's a few weeks. That's only 2 weeks.
Oh, actually. It's almost certainly. Yeah.
It could be more than the first.
Yeah, it absolutely could be.
For those who like this kind of stuff, plus minus, when Steph Curry's on the court, the Warriors are plus 1,000 over the last 4 years.
Oh.
Let me preference that.
Okay.
Over the last 4 seasons, when Steph is on the court, they are plus 1,587. When he's off, they're minus 509.
Wow.
This year, when he's on, they're plus 145. When he's off, they're minus 127.
John Hollinger, our good friend, John Hollinger, wrote a column about teams that, like where they are in terms of tanking status, like pull the plug already. And I think like that was Detroit and Charlotte, which you could argue they probably already have.
What's his name went off last night?
Who?
Steve Clifford. He didn't go off, but he kept it a stack in his post.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah,
I missed it. Did they lose?
They lost to the Pistons.
Oh, that's right. They did. Oh, yeah, like I think Marvin got hurt last night.
He did.
Gosh, that's tough. I don't think it was serious, but he definitely left the game. There were some big numbers in the NBA last night. We'll go over that. But the point was Hollinger, he had, different tiers of teams, like the Washington Wizards were in there. Kings weren't in there. But, there were a handful of teams that were in there. It's like they should really consider making a move sooner rather than later. And I thought it was fascinating that the Warriors weren't in there. Because there was a specific column that said 1 injury away. And it was teams that Dallas was in that mix where you're 1 injury away, your season's lost. And I thought, obviously it's dramatic injury, but aren't the Golden State Warriors 1 injury away from their season being lost? And hey, this is where Jordan Poole got his money last year.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the moment that he needs. It's still hard to envision, and this is not – I'm not trying to hate on the dude. I feel like the issue is Draymond, and the fact that they can't get those young guys developed. I feel like a lot of that has to do with Draymond, and I've listened to Draymond recently. I feel like he's saying a lot of the right things when it comes to those young guys. In fact, he said something that I really agree with. I don't remember if we talked about it or not, but after one of the games, he was like, these young guys are in a really difficult position because normally when you're drafted that high or when you're a first-round pick, you're going to a team that sucks. All of these guys came to a team where they're expected to win a championship, and they're expected to develop at a championship level. And I thought that was a great point by Draymond. But I think part of the reason they can't develop is him. And I think part of the reason they can't develop is because they continue to essentially force play Draymond, and then you have that punch that you can't convince me isn't lingering over that team.
Yeah.
If Jesse punched me and we just had to come in here and do the show every day, like I wouldn't just be over it.
Right. Jesse, don't punch me.
I'd probably get fired, to be honest.
Not until they found out how important you were to this whole operation, they wouldn't.
Well,
wait,
then,
Jesse does what? Oh, you guys are gonna have.
Well,
to
then
figure
you
this
would
out.
get a $130 million contract extension.
Well, that'd be all right. That'd be all right.
Damn, so that means I'm getting cut at the end of the year.
Well, you got an opt out. You got an opt out at the end of the year.
You go down south.
Man, they're throwing money around like
LeBron trying to go down. Draymond going down south. Jesse can go down south.
They're throwing money around like Ted Turner did in WCW. So maybe you can. Shoot, maybe you can.
Never that. I'll go back to laying down Concord if I have.
Down south been broke for 10 years. Now all of a sudden, D'Lo and Casey come along. Everybody gets some money. What the hell? All right.
People getting jumped over left and right. It's crazy.
Tough to see Steph out. But I'm rooting for the Warriors to lose every game they play.
Yes.
Because...
Well, no, I'm not. Most of them. I don't want them to lose every game. I don't want them getting a top whatever pick.
No.
That would actually piss me off.
If they're even in the lottery, they're getting a.
That would piss me off. And there's one thing you don't want to do, and that's piss me off.
It's so weird that you quote Jeff Jarrett. Like that is one of the strangest quirks that you have. That you not only do you quote Jeff Jarrett, but you quote Jeff Jarrett like 2000 WCW, which makes it even stranger.
I don't know why it's always in my head.
I don't know why either, but it's fantastic.
Don't piss me off.
Can he stop watching wrestling after that time? We just kept it with Jeff Jarrett. That's it.
Oh man, JEFF.
JRRETT.
Wow,
that was original, Jeff.
That was you really are a Jeff Jarrett fan. This is one of the weirdest things.
But that was the one thing I always remember was that was on, for whatever reason, that was on the TV Guide preview. It was like one of the big Summer Slams, and I swear I watched that preview 90 times, just trying to get my WWF fix.
Oh.
And that was
That was it's so obnoxious. That's so obnoxious. He's one of the most obnoxious characters.
How did he become like a gatekeeper in wrestling?
His dad. His dad was a big time promoter. That's how.
You're running organizations, and starting organizations.
Yeah, he did a good job. Yeah, he did a good job, but he had his family had the history of it.
Is he around right now doing something?
I think he's with WWE. No, he's with AEW.
Okay.
I don't know what I know he like premiered on TV not too long ago. But yeah, he's been in the major companies doing something, doing various things over the last couple of years. Of course, he's the latest wrestler with a podcast. Will Z posted King's minutes last night or King's numbers from the fourth quarter last night. 36 points. 12 of 19 from the field, 4 of 6 from 3, and 8 of 10 from the free throw line. That's what the Kings were in the final quarter of yesterday's game against Toronto.
And the wild thing was that 8 of 10, one of them, I was like, whoa, what's going on here? When my boy Malik missed a free throw.
Oh, yeah.
I said, Malik, whoa.
Yeah.
I'm not,
by the way, I don't know that we've given Malik the credit he deserves for the way he played. Like,
he's big time.
I asked
Well, it didn't sound like an ask. It didn't sound like a question to me.
Excuse me. I'm a broadcast journalist. I asked.
Sound like a proclamation to me.
You see, he's trying to run me out of the show. That's what it is. Kenny Caraway show coming January 3rd here on ESPN 1320. I asked if he was one of those guys, one of those others, one of those guys who, man, he really gets lit by that home crowd and the crowd responding to everything he does. And I asked, and he answered, and he said emphatically, no.
No, I'm
not one of those guys. I am an extension of that starting lineup and the most important piece of that bench mob, team, whatever you call that bench crew, but the Sensationals.
Yeah, man.
He is the leader of the Sensationals for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I was about to say something about.
And it was a great call too to put Terrence in the starting lineup and leave Malik with that group.
Yeah, and everybody answered.
Yeah,
Terrence answered, Malik answered in his role. Great job. On the missed free throw, it reminds me all the time. And maybe I'm wrong, but people get nervous in those spots.
Sure,
you get nervous. I know people always. No, I don't feel nothing. I don't feel nothing. No, I think Dirk said it one time. Dirk said everybody gets nervous in those situations at the free throw line. The best players and the people who, make the shots all the time in those situations, they're just able to get over their nervousness faster and quicker and completely. But you always feel something getting to that line. And Malik, I thought he left it short. He felt that moment a little bit, but then he came back and he got that second one all net. And De'Aaron hitting one.
De'Aaron did the same thing. Yeah.
They felt that moment a little bit. It's just natural, man. Like I don't get on anybody.
I mean, De'Aaron was short, right? Like just
they were both
front
rim.
Yeah.
And that to me, that's a feeling.
Nothing but net.
You're feeling it a little bit, man. And they came back and hit the second one. Great job by Malik last night, man. Great job by my
guy. He finished 6 of 13. 5 of 10 from 3, 7 of 8 was the one miss from the foul line, 24 points, 3 assists for Malik Monk, and that Malik Monk last night against Toronto. Terrence Davis stepped in the 24 minutes in the starting lineup, 7 of 14, hit some shots right out the gate.
I think he had nine in the first quarter.
Yeah,
3 threes.
All threes. Yep, got that team going. He wound up finishing 5 of 12 from 3. 19 points for the sensational one.
The sensational one.
Indeed.
A lot of people with Terrence Davis, I saw, he had some turnovers last night, maybe some missed shots, maybe 4 shots or whatever. And some people were, like, it's time to get Terrence out of there. And I don't know, man. Terrence is one of those guys. Like I see sometimes when he goes a little bit outside of himself on the court, but when he's cooking, I mean, he is so vital to a team's success. I feel like he's one of those guys you got to take the good with the bad, because he may struggle against the Knicks, and that's why you never, in my opinion, you never go away from Terrence Davis, because he may struggle against the Knicks, may force some shots up, but he'll come back. He's not worried about nothing. Supreme confidence, supreme game. Mm-hmm. He'll come back against Toronto and give you 3 threes in the first quarter, and not even think twice.
Yeah,
like not even blink about it. So I just love his game. I love his confidence. I love his fearlessness, and I'm glad he got an opportunity to go to work last night, and he took advantage of it.
If you don't like, if there was no off night, no pun intended, if there was no bad that came with Terrence Davis, Terrence would be a $30 million per year
Absolutely.
player. You know what I mean? Like if Terrence, like the key for him is to put together more of the goods than the bads, and he's going to be a highly coveted player this offseason, in my opinion.
He's going to be tough to keep.
He is going to be tough to keep. His value, like, he is a bargain right now.
Mm-hmm.
His value is going to go up. And I think it's going to go up enough to where it doesn't make sense to re-sign here during the season.
Oh yeah. This is gonna be something that he gonna see.
Obviously, he can re-sign here. Just he can't do it during the season because
Right.
there's only a certain amount of money that he can make there. But he's such a it feels like he started to put it together this year, and maybe that's because he's found a more consistent role. Maybe it's because he's bought into. He knows, and he told us, "Hey, yo, some nights it's not my night.
Mm-hmm.
Some nights I'm not going to be out there, but I'm going to be ready every time Mike Brown says it is."
Yep.
And most nights he is, and we saw that when he got the call to go to the starting lineup with the Kevin Huerter missing in action late.
Yeah, 100%, man. TD is a vital part of this team, in my opinion. And it
I don't know that there's a player that plays that's not.
Well, see, so that had me thinking a little bit.
Uh-oh. Well, hang on. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Real quick, the game is on right here in front of me right now. Scotty Barnes was balling last night.
Oh, I thought it was Jackson State versus Morehouse or something.
I mean, I wish. That's a good matchup. I want to see that. Jackson State head coach Mo Williams, former Cavs
That's
legend.
right. That's right.
Big ups to him. So, in one of the rundowns, and, I was thinking about this too. Jesse asked the question. He says, the Kings need to do what the Pelicans did last season and trade for a CJ McCollum level player. And we talk about this a lot on this show about trades and, going to get somebody and who would it be and who would come in return and stuff like that. And I don't know, man. Tell me if I'm a prisoner of the moment or I'm getting too caught up in what this team is. I don't know if there's anybody I want to trade. I don't know if there. I mean, obviously, that would get you something back, right? So, to me, the only two candidates, and I don't want to trade this guy, but he's not playing before yesterday, is Rashawn Holmes, and then you got Alex Len. And I know a lot of people try to throw Terrence Davis's expiring in there.
No,
I'm not.
We
I'm
do
not.
not.
I'm not interested in trading Terrence Davis.
Endorse that.
And now I know it was a comment in the chat that we could get to a little bit. I think you, because you can bring back Harrison Barnes, I don't know if I'm interested in trading him either. I don't know if there's a move for the Kings to make.
That line I agree with. Or I don't know if that's something you agree with. I don't either. I don't know what the move, like the CJ McCollum type move. I don't know what that move is. I'll tell you what Kyle Kuzma tweeted. Nothing like getting off the plane and that California breeze hits you. Well, I'm just saying that's your guy, Kyle Kuzma.
Guy.
I'll go back to what Worldwide P wrote in the chat house earlier.
Yeah.
She said,
Where's she at right now? I don't know. She might be in Morocco. I don't know.
She probably can't even tell us. Like it's fine.
True.
It's top secret. It's all right. But Worldwide P says, I think Harrison stays.
I think he does too. I always thought that.
I mean, why would you leave? You got the defensive player of the game chain last night.
That's all you need in this game. That's all you need in this game.
Why would you leave?
Yeah. I don't want to say I always thought, but I kind of figured that here. I didn't think Harrison was like gone and done with the Kings and the organization. I thought he might have been leaning that way, and he was like, "Man, for me to stay, y'all gotta really show me something." And I think they've shown him something this year. And I think what he's seen in his first, I think it's 26, 27 games, and the potential of what this. I'm projecting a little bit now, saying at the end of the season, after what he's seen with this unit and what they've been able to build and everything, I think he'd be willing to stay.
I wondered if it was a show me type thing, like if there's a trade out there for me, go ahead, get me out of here. Like, obviously I'm not going to sign anything. We've always loved the idea of Harrison staying. I think the thing that constantly gets me when we talk to James or talk about trades or feel these different things. Like if there's a player who can upgrade the Sacramento Kings and keep the flow of this roster intact and the camaraderie of this roster intact, you, me, James, we have no clue who it is. I don't think it's an OG or it's not a John Collins. It's not a player that is talked about at a nauseous pace every time. Today's the day, December 15th. 90% of the league can be traded today.
It's
All
time.
Lakers fans are hyped for this. You would have to pull a player. Such and such team isn't trading that guy. It would have to be that.
Mhm.
And I even at that, I have no clue who it would be.
I don't even.
Like that's Giannis. No, like seriously, I have no clue who it would be. It would have to be a shock, like a trade that's shocking.
I agree with you. I don't know who it would be. And even more importantly, I don't know what it is that you would give up. I think the only thing that you could do if you're the Kings, if you're going to keep Harrison Barnes, I'll make that, proclamation. The only thing that you could do if you're the Kings and kind of keep this team intact is it'd have to be Rashawn Holmes, and you'd have to attach an unprotected first-round pick, this year's first-round pick.
Oh.
And I don't.
This year's?
I don't want to do that. Well, that's literally the only one you have available.
Well, I guess, yeah. Well, in the immediate future, yeah.
But that's, and then like, if I do that, am I trying to do that for Kyle Kuzma? Probably not.
Yeah, no,
no, I mean? Like,
it's not that. No, you're not.
Like if I'm attaching the unprotected first round pick, that's for a guy that's under contract for a couple years, and that's a game changer. He's coming in, he's starting, he's changing my game. CJ McCollum, right? Like you just mentioned, I don't know if that guy's available, and if he is available, I don't know if the Kings have enough to outbid other people. They don't really have a lot of assets.
Yeah, but I would argue that the teams that they'll probably be competing with are teams at the top of the conferences. And I don't know what type of assets they have either.
Well,
because I don't think they're going to compete. I don't think middle of the pack teams are going to try to make moves like that.
Yeah, but those top guys, they do though. So let's talk about New Orleans, for instance. New Orleans could probably go one of these little role players and a Lakers pick, or their own.
Yeah, because they have multiple picks. That's
Phoenix could probably go
That's a good call.
Ayton. You know what I mean? If they really want to, and
they probably do.
Yeah,
They
could probably go Ayton or like.
But how attractive is that
Crowder.
for someone? Yeah, they do have Crowder, which is interesting. But,
so I mean, I get
I don't know that
point.
Ayton's
There's
attractive
not a
though.
whole lot out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I don't know, man. I just feel like these other teams, if they got into a bidding war, I think they could outbid the Kings. Oh no. Oh my gosh! Well, last night Jason Jones was almost passing away on the podcast. Now Damian Barley.
I was like, oh, I thought I could get through that. Like, no, buddy, you're gonna have to carry this. I don't think you're prisoner of the moment for thinking there's not a trade out there. I don't think that's prisoner of the moment. I feel like we have kind of talked about that in the past. Like, all right, who would be Kuzma would be cool. Okay, that's cool. How would that work? What I am adamant though is that this team does not do something that affects the vibes.
No.
Rory said it earlier. You cannot calculate vibes.
No.
And we are not having anybody come in here and disrupt that. Like, you have to be all in on what this team is doing.
Hey, look, and I mean, it's not prisoner of the moment. I don't know exactly what this is called, but I mean, could we be a prisoner of history where the last time they looked like they had something cooking? Granted, I think this team is much better than the last year of Yeager. I think they're much better, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'd be in the same they'd be in trouble the same way. But the last time we saw them going, they traded probably the best vibe they had in that locker room, and they fell apart. Whether it was the schedule, whether it was a coincidence, or whether it really was the fact that guy was gone. That would give me pause. Like the last time that happened and I messed with that locker room, Granted, McNair wasn't there, so
Yeah.
it don't matter to him. I'm just like, I don't know.
I do think that was a combination of things.
Yeah,
I'm in on, like, what was the point in that? Like, you didn't get better. Take the vibes completely out of it. If you sacrifice a percentage of your vibes to get significantly better, okay, you do that. Yeah, like I get it. Everybody, you reacclimate, you get bought in. Team did not get. They did not get better.
Harrison Barnes was better than Amon Shumpert. Like if at that particular time, if you're just looking at it, you're like, yeah, Harrison Barnes is better. Like you got better at small forward at that particular time.
I don't.
Amon
Shump was traded for Harrison Barnes.
Well, he was part of that trade. It was like a 3-team deal, wasn't it? I think it was Harrison.
Oh, that
and
feels.
Shump
That
went to the
doesn't feel right to me.
Rockets.
Yeah, he definitely went to the Rockets because that's who the Kings were playing that night. And
or even if it wasn't exactly that deal, I think they made the deal. They moved some things around, feeling like, okay, we got Harrison Barnes. We can move on from Amon.
It was a 3-team deal, but it was the Cavs, Rockets, and Kings.
yeah,
Harrison
was not
He was a
involved in
separate
that.
deal.
Yeah,
Okay,
that was separate.
Okay.
Which like Alec Burks, I think, is involved in here somewhere. Why?
Justin Jackson was
Why?
Harrison Barnes.
Like, what are we doing? Like, why? What did this do? What did this deal accomplish? Didn't accomplish anything. You didn't upgrade. You didn't accomplish anything. We'll step out. We'll come back. Olivia Christian joins us. We got Coach David Patrick on the way. Nick Wagner's coming up. Matt George is coming up. It's Batty Thursday here on Sacramento Sports Leader. D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. No, but he hasn't not confirmed. Like he's pretty confident he's going to do it, or that he can do it. Yeah. No. Yeah. No one cares if I screw up on the radio. You get eviscerated if you screw up on social media. What's up, buddy?
Hi.
How are you feeling?
Lay back. Oh.
Hi. I texted Damien this morning. I actually don't think I sound that congested. Do I? Do I sound clear?
Not at all.
Okay, good. I took a ton of meds. I drained my nose as best I can.
Yeah, Batty Thursday.
Do you have the maybe this is just like a mom kids thing, but do you have the thing where you flush out your nose with water?
I've seen a lot of videos on that on TikTok, and I'm like,
I'm never doing it.
I don't think I could handle it doing it to myself. I think somebody would have to like strap me down and shove it up there.
I don't want. Oh well, there we are.
You have to be careful what you say.
I'm highly medicated. Have mercy on me.
Oh man, Olivia, I don't even.
Oh, I know.
But
That's
yeah,
tough.
no, I'm not.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm not interested in that. And it's not the snot sucker. That's something different.
Oh
Jazz-
my
Jazz had
God,
the snot
what is
sucker.
happening right now?
When Reese was a baby, there was a snot sucker.
Yeah.
And that was
Well,
crazy. But this
the
is
videos the videos that I've been, I don't know, your phone is always listening to you, so it knows that I've been coughing my brains out. So then I started seeing all these videos of moms holding their kids over sinks and like squishing the water in, and then it's just like a flood of snot runs out of their face. And that's why I'm like, I would need someone to flush my nose out for me. Is that an innuendo? I hope not. We can just end this.
No, I think it was the strap me down and shove it in thing. God, I think that got it more than anything involving your nose.
This is what happened when you hang out with the boys, man. This is what happened. Man.
No, it's fine. And I texted my dad. I was like, I might talk about you on the radio. So I don't know if he's listening.
Here's the thing, though. Like for me, when I don't feel it, if that works, I'll live through the uncomfortable 30 seconds, 60 seconds. If it fixes that issue, I'll happily do it.
That's great. Jazz does it to Reese, and Reese is like, he's all for it. Like if it has to be done,
if it makes it better,
like,
like yo, flush away, dog.
There are most things that
happens. I can't. You got to like hold your breath or do something, and I wouldn't be able to do it. Be too
There are a lot of
uncomfortable.
things that are probably for my benefit that I could like. I have to pay to get my eyebrows waxed because I can't take the pain of plucking or like that kind of stuff. I just need to pay someone. Again, that's another innuendo, but yeah, I would have to. Let's just keep going.
This is a good idea. Just get them all out during the commercial break. That way, when we get on the air, we're just off and running. And
We're all good.
Hey, I heard it's been cold down there. Like, for real
I mean,
cold.
it's LA cold, but ooh-wee. I put on a
Well, it seemed like
beanie.
some 30s.
Yeah, well, I don't know what the high is today, but at night it's definitely been really cold. And for us, it's like 60s been the high the last few days. So even when I had to walk to CVS to get my Dayquil and stuff, I'm in a coat and a beanie and people are freaking out. But I'm like, I got all that all those clothes from San Francisco that are coming in handy right now.
very nice.
And since I wasn't on last week, I just wanted to say, hey, Aaron Judge.
I'm over it now. I would have cursed you out on Thursday, but I'm over it now. We got Carlos Correa, you know what I'm saying? Aaron Judge, when I say, didn't need him then, don't need him now.
I did text Kenny a bunch of like Yankees memes and Aaron Judge memes. I did get it out. So
yeah, I looked at you like, what's my man's name? St. Patrick.
Jamie?
James St. Patrick, yeah. You know what that means. Or it might have been Tommy Egan. I can't remember which one.
I don't know who it was. I assumed you meant you don't care. I don't know those people. I know they're wrestlers,
No,
but I
you're gonna die. If you kept it up, I was gonna cancel Christmas.
Oh, well, good thing I didn't know what it meant.
Yeah, cancel Christmas. There
Somebody
it
said,
is.
bye, Olivia. Why?
Oh, he doesn't like the Yankees. Ignore Ramsey. He's not going anywhere.
I'm watching this video.
He's actually not allowed to go anywhere. He's contractually obligated to stay here the whole show.
I'm watching this 30-minute recap of the 49ers Seahawks rivalry. Damn, they had some battles, bro. They had some wars.
Does it feel as intense to you these days?
Not as intense, but it's more than I thought it would be. It's more intense than I thought it would be.
No, Coach, I think you a little early, Coach.
Oh, I am?
I think you 20 minutes early, Coach.
Oh, shoot. Oh, man, I'm so sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
I'm usually late.
You come back at 150. Hold on, we just taking care of show big. Coach Patrick's here, Olivia's here, everybody
Hi,
here.
Patrick.
Hey, how are you? Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'll see you in about 20 minutes.
All right, Coach. We appreciate it. So Coach was out working earlier in the week, and so normally 120 is the spot on Tuesdays. But they say, hey, can Coach Patrick, can he do Thursday at 120? I was like, well, O's with us, and O's schedule is just like absurd. So I was like, is Coach available at 150?
Mm-hmm.
So Coach popped in, thought he was ready to talk some Sac State basketball. He was like, hey, what are these beautiful people on the screen?
I said, oh, nice to meet you.
Bye. I love this show. Like this show, there is no phoniness to this show whatsoever.
No.
We are who we are, boy. And if you were around for that commercial break, man, it was a hell of a commercial break.
It's lit.
With the host of the game last night and the game last night, Cap, Olivia Christian, who's playing hurt today, battling through injuries, battling through a cold. But we're happy that you're here with us.
Fix everything. Theraflu fixes everything.
I've been throwing everything at it. Theraflu, Dayquil, Halls, Vicks, all of the things.
I just do a little crowd therapy and hope that it works.
I usually don't do much of nothing.
Oh, I don't know how long it's been years.
I got a pretty good immune system. I don't really get sick.
I do
The
too.
thing that
It's
bothers
been
me is
years.
allergies.
I haven't been this sick. I don't remember how long it's been. I mean, 2018. I don't even remember. I haven't been sick since I've lived in LA, and that's 3.5 years.
Mm.
And then it just kind of started with the sore throat on Sunday night, and I was like, "What was this?" And then
Oh, that's the start. Like that's the start. If I feel my throat getting scratchy, it's like, oh no, come on, man.
Yeah.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
It was a mess. It was a mess. So I usually I'm sorry. I usually lose my voice, which I lost it yesterday, and I was like, I don't know if I can do the show, but I dumped a bunch of drugs into my system
That's
to
fine.
clear up the airways. It's a
We're-
mess today.
We're sending Olivia to rehab immediately following the show. Did the Kings help you feel a little bit better last night?
That's the one thing, when you're sick and laying on the couch, you get to watch all of the games uninterrupted. And that was such a great game last night. It was just right on time. They had a couple of losses on the road. And when you start getting into that rhythm of being on the road and not being able to overcome some of these challenges, you can quickly fall into a rut. And I'm so glad that they got back to who they are, who they've been this season. They were active everywhere, running up and down the court. Even, a couple times when they were walking it up, Mike Brown's like, get after it, run. And like, oh yeah, let's do this. And they just played to their strengths. And so that was really fun to watch and to see them overcome that giant deficit that they allowed themselves to get under. But I have to say, that's a theme with the NBA these days. A lot of these games, like people go up by 20, they'll go up by 30. But if there's at least 2 quarters left, you've got a whole new game. You don't have to fall apart if you get down by a lot. If you just stick with it, stick with the game plan, play within yourselves, you can crawl out of that. And that's what the Kings did last night. So I'm very excited to see them rally.
You said something interesting there, getting back to who they are and their identity. In your opinion, what is this Kings team identity on the floor?
They are a running team. They can shoot the lights out. I think when we see them having difficulty is when they get stagnant. They start kind of watching each other, looking around the perimeter, hoping that Domas can make a move, can get to the free throw line, hoping for De'Aaron Fox to do his magic. But when they're all working together, they're all getting after it. They're moving and creating opportunities to rack up those assists, which means at least one other person has touched the ball per the possession, right? So like when they're able to do that, then they find a lot of success. And you can see, and I talked about this a few weeks ago, just the joy that they bring to the game when they're all playing in that way, when they're sharing the ball, when they're not just taking an open shot, they're taking the better shot, when they're getting each other involved in the offense, and when they're moving together collectively as a defense. It's not up to one individual just to lock down. They all have to play their part. And they're conscious of what's going on, where their ball is moving, so they can step in, they can double team at the right time, hang out in the paint when they need to. So overall, I think their identity is just being a team, right? Like a lot of these teams have superstars and their guys are there because you've got to play 5-on-5. The Kings play all those 5 guys every time. They're all active. And when they rotate their starters and for bench players, 6, 7, 8 men deep, they step right in and it's not an issue. They don't, drop off significantly. If anything, sometimes they've built leads. I continue to believe Malik Monk is the key to their success in terms of their energy and be able to keep those leads and or come through when they're down and infuse that team with reminders of what makes them, have the record that they have, makes them confident, makes them feel good, makes them have success, and makes Mike Brown not have to call a timeout. So yeah, overall, it's each player plays a role. They're looking out for each other and they run. That is what I think their overall identity is.
Yeah. I feel like Giannis's next insult is going to be, you're only here because we have to play 5-on-5. Like that's the next thing he's going to say on Serge Ibaka's show.
A screen setter.
The screen setter. You're only here because we have to play 5-on-5. One stat, it gets a stat regarding Domas and De'Aaron that we haven't brought up, and I think this is a Kenny Caraway special. De'Aaron Fox, 41 minutes.
Yes.
Domantas Sabonis, 40 minutes. We don't see them crack that 40-minute marker very often. And both of them did it last night in their massive performances in Toronto.
Yeah, man. Those guys went out and did what they had to do to bring home that victory. I loved it. I love seeing them play that much.
Yeah, and I think in those special situations where you're playing a team like Toronto, where they, you knew it was going to be a bit of a fight. They weren't necessarily matched up great in terms of size and length. So you knew, and we got in that hole early on in terms of the deficit in the score. So you knew that these guys were going to have to step up, but also because you weren't just playing a great team, you're playing against some terrible officiating. So it took more from those guys. The fact that De'Aaron Fox and Domas didn't retreat. They didn't give up. They just kept going. I mean, obviously we got some technical calls, which I'm all in favor of. If that's what it takes to get you guys fired up to win one for Mike Brown, let's do this. But overall, the fact that they didn't give up and they kept going, knowing that they weren't getting the calls that they deserved, people are getting hacked. There's blood streaming down De'Aaron Fox's face. They were like, we're not losing this game. And if it takes us playing over 40 minutes, that's what's going to have to happen. And they didn't seem to drop off, right? Like they finished that game very strong. And, my whole thing with them skipping off the court, they skipped right into the locker room and celebrated with their head coach for the night. And it's just such a fun thing to see them celebrate that together and really win that game as a whole team.
Olivia, what is De'Aaron Fox supposed to do at this point? I mean, the guy's going, I think Matt George talked about it on his latest episode of Locked On. He's going to the line like 4 times a game. That's completely inexcusable for someone of his talent and someone that attacks as much as he does. We've been talking about it for years with De'Aaron Fox. Like, what is he supposed to do? Keep banging his head against the wall and trying to get to the line? Is that what it is? Because it doesn't feel like it's going to change. It doesn't feel like they're going to start giving him the respect that he deserves.
Yeah, I remember us talking about this last year. It was twofold. One, like, why doesn't he get the calls and when is he going to be an all-star? And both of my responses were the Kings have to win. And they're doing that now, right? But it's still pretty early in the season. Bottom line, it's unfair. You should just call the game. You see fouls, you call the game, you call the fouls, get him to the line. I think De'Aaron Fox's only recourse is to keep playing the way that he knows how to play, the way that he's most successful. And as the Kings continue to win, their visibility rate rises. They're on television more. We're talking about them more. National media is talking about them more. And maybe that results in them saying, like, by the way, De'Aaron Fox gets beat up quite a lot. He's a guy who's producing for this team and he only gets to line 2 or 3 times a night. That doesn't make any sense. And I think as much as we like to say or think that the NBA is just like, this is organization, all is fair, we're going to review it. They're all humans, right? They're going to respond to the fact that fans and analysts are bringing this up. And sometimes it results in things changing. And I also think that that's what happens when a coach will get a technical. I mean, Steve Kerr did the same thing. Like, you're protecting your guys, you're trying to infuse some energy into them, but you're calling out stuff that's obvious. And then when that happens, I know that I've seen, I don't know if it happens enough for Kings games, but sometimes the referees will begin to look at the game a little bit differently, start making some makeup calls. And you're like, that wasn't really a foul, but maybe you feel bad for missing that other one. But I don't know if there's definitely not one, cure all for all of this, other than I think De'Aaron Fox can't back down. And he hasn't thus far. Keep playing your game and call them out to the point that you can anyway. And you don't want to keep getting fined if you're within the organization. But, shows like this and national media and all those, the Kings will eventually get the recognition they deserve as a team. And when it comes to getting on the charity line.
I think that's obviously a big focal point today has been Mike Brown's technical, Mike Brown getting thrown out and the team's reaction to Mike Brown getting thrown out. And Mike knowing, because I absolutely am confident Mike knew this in that moment, De'Aaron got a technical foul like 2 days ago for being, I think De'Aaron's gotten a couple of technical fouls in recent days about going to officials. And you noted this earlier. Mike Brown's original approach at the start of the season didn't work. De'Aaron Fox sticking up for himself didn't work. All right, Mike Brown's going to try something else. It's pretty much the last, it's the last card he can play, and he can't play it again for a while. But it obviously, Olivia, proved to be very effective last night.
It did, and it's funny because, people talk about Mike Brown being so calm and reserved, and he got respect of his team where he doesn't have to scream at people to get them to do what he wants them to do to play within the system. And it reminds me of my dad. I talk about my dad is the nicest man on the planet. And if anybody wants to argue with me, we can argue, but he's the nicest man. I
agree.
But as kids and even as young adults, my siblings and I, when my dad would get mad, he would just say, I'm mad. I'm mad right now. And we'd be like, what? That's not mad. Whatever, Dad. Okay. But then when he would really kind of get angry, he never visibly got angry. He has the same chill, hippie kind of persona all the time. But one time there was an issue and he was mad at me and he said, this is the maddest I've ever been. Same voice, same man. I'm like, this is the maddest you've ever been? But because he used those words, it made me want to be better. I didn't need to get yelled at. I didn't need to get like reprimanded. It was just like the disappointments that he shared with me. I was like, oh man, I want to do better for my dad. I got to step it up. And I feel like that's like Mike Brown had to go off at that point. Like Damian said, like he had been nice. We're having these conversations on the sideline. Like last resort is fine. If I have to get a technical for you to understand the magnitude of the injustice we are seeing game after game, night after night, throw me out then. But generally, we see him being the kind of coach that I think my dad has been to me and his other children. Very chill, very thoughtful, and the players have clearly responded to that. You see Domas coaching Keegan on the court, and Keegan's receiving it. Like you see the conversations happening. They're all trying to be better for one another, and they're mimicking the way that Coach Mike Brown is coaching them, in my mind. Of course, I don't know what's happening in the practices. Maybe James Ham could give us some insight, but he just seems like that kind of coach, and they've responded wonderfully. But I do think that De'Aaron Fox has to continue to play his game because you don't want the refs to take you out of yours. And that's why I think it's so important that the Kings continue to play as a cohesive unit and not rely just on one person, because if we're all just kind of watching, De'Aaron Fox is not getting to the line, he's getting hacked, then what are we doing? How are we making up these points? But yeah, I like Mike Brown's style, and I like that it was a last resort type of thing last night. You can tell that he didn't really want to do it, but like, you brought me to this point. Running, I was like, oh my goodness, it's like my dad saying, I'm the maddest I've ever been. That was Mike Brown running onto the court. That was the equivalent for me. But yeah, I like it.
When I look at, I grab pictures from our services after the games to use for YouTube and social media and all this stuff. You can find pictures of Mike Brown talking to officials. And in virtually all of them, and this is a bit of a visual bit, so for those on the radio, my sincerest apologies. But he's in a position like, hey, I'm approaching you in just this very calm way. Yeah. Tell me how to get a foul. Like he in the just the most like I am non-threatening. I'm not angry. I just help me understand. Like you could find 10 pictures of him in that position, talking to officials, and it's amazing. Yeah. Couldn't find him last night.
Not last
Couldn't
night.
find him last night.
Like this.
You could find him in the Philly game. A lot of them in the Philly game. You couldn't find him last night.
It's funny because I went back and watched that moment, and the foul was called on Harrison Barnes or whoever, and immediately after the foul is called, Mike just puts his hands in his pockets and just stands there, and you can see he's just kind of stewing, and he's like, I really want to say something, but I don't want to get thrown out. And then there was the moment when he just said, F it.
It's time.
I'm about to go off. I loved it though. I loved it.
He knew what was going to happen. Like it was, I'm sure he didn't expect the 7-point swing that happened in that moment, or 5-point swing or whatever it was, but the guys responded. Hell, they were damn near conditioned for it because of what happened the previous night in Philadelphia. That game was so slow because of the foul calls that, Olivia, you had just said, don't let the officials take you out of the game. Don't let the officials take you out of the way that you want to play. You could argue, Joel Embiid played a factor in this too, that happened the night before with officials. And they were almost battle tested by the time they got to Toronto. And when they didn't go to the foul line for an entire quarter, they realized, okay, all right, we're doing this again.
Yeah, well, and then the other thing about the previous games, it's, the style that those other teams played, right? They're slowly walking it up. They're getting into their set offense. And it's difficult sometimes if you're a running team like the Kings to play the way that you want to play if the other team is so much slower and getting the ball down. And also, of course, is when you're not getting fouls called on you, only against you. That's slowing the game down. So it's difficult for them it was difficult for the Kings again to get into a good rhythm, to play the way that they like to play. But that's the thing. Teams aren't going to be like, oh, how would you like to play? You want to run? Okay, we'll run with you. Like, no, you have to make them play your game and stay within your game as best you can. And obviously there are things you can't control, like the whistle, but you can get the ball out of the net or, as quickly as you can and get started into your offense, because that just puts all of your players, all of the guys play better. I don't know anybody who plays best when we're walking it up the court, when we're in our set offense. It just makes more sense to keep the ball moving. And it's again, as difficult as that is, when you have things that are beyond your control with how many times the ball or a foul is being called or traveling and the blocking versus charging, like, I just felt like there were so many, and that could really mess with people, mess with their rhythm. But I think the Kings did a great job last night combating, again, a really great team and terrible officiating.
I want to mention this real quick. Nick Wagner just tweeted that Elijah Mitchell's officially out for the year. Rumors they're going to sign Fred VanVleet after seeing what he did to De'Aaron Fox on that final possession. Good chance Fred VanVleet's playing for the San Francisco 49ers. He can really,
good.
He can really dip his shoulder and run through a player.
After what I saw last night, he'd be really good.
That was wild. That was wild. And
Come
to think, like, if there were a couple more seconds on the clock, like,
oh man,
what would have happened? Like, we just see that happen, and like, oh well, just get up and run another play. It was, that was insane. That was insane.
I just realized I want to see the last 2-minute report.
It said it was a foul on when he shoved it.
It's already out.
Yeah.
Okay, so they missed. So they've already acknowledged they missed that.
Yeah. I wonder, was the one where he got busted open? Was that in the last 2 minutes? I think that was like under 2 minutes. Should have been a foul there. Busted open. But so now there's a little. I could say there's a little less angst with all of us because they got that win last night.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario. I mean, we talked about it on the J Street Vibes. It would be a little bit of a downer if they lost to Detroit. Detroit has the worst record in the game right now. But look, man, just big picture, 2-4. It's okay. It's an okay 6-game road trip. Worst case scenario. Where were you at after the 2 games with New York and Philly? Because it seemed like a lot of people were like, oh no, here we go again. This team is no good. Did you ever panic in that way after seeing those 2 games?
No, and I'm a panicker. We already know that I'm like, oh my God, you guys, don't get into these routes. Sorry for people on the radio like, oh my God, that voice. But I didn't panic this time. I feel like it's odd to me that it's so hard to win on the road. Every team, every league, everybody wants home court advantage. They're playing the same game everywhere, right? Nothing really changes except, the crowd and the colors and the audience, that kind of thing. But it's so odd to me that it's so difficult to win. And when you're able to be a team that wins well, that wins a lot of games on the road, you're praised because like, oh my gosh, it's so hard. But it's clearly a mental thing, right? I've heard people talk about like, oh, they get to sleep in their own beds and wake up to their own alarm clock or whatever. I don't know. But prior to COVID, I used to travel for work a ton and I loved it. It was like, go to New York and go to Seattle, then go back down to Austin, come to DC. And it was like, people were paying me to visit my friends essentially and do work. But one thing that I think might be the reason why it's so hard, not really the reason, but I'm like, maybe it's just the pooping. Because when you travel, it takes a couple of days for your body to stay right, So that's why they were lethargic. That's why they weren't moving. Your pooping is off. Your bowels are like, I don't know this hotel. This water, it tastes gross. This hotel food, I'm not doing this for you. And then by the 3rd day, it's like, all right, I surrender. And then they play well. That's the only logic I have for it. I don't know why it is otherwise so difficult to play on the road.
Well, what about the last day of the road trip being a tough game? Shouldn't you be acclimated by then?
They should. The challenge with basketball is you're like with the Kings, they're going from city to city, right? So the time change is different. But I feel like once your bowels know that you're not going to be home for a while, and it takes like 3 days, your bowels are like, no, maybe we'll go home tomorrow, or maybe the next day. And they're like, no, we're going to be on the. Okay, fine. So now that they're going to Detroit, they should be fine. We should see them running. We should see them active. We should see a number of the assist line go up. That's what I'm hoping for.
I don't know how to follow that. So I guess we're close enough to the end to just call it a day at that point.
I think I'm right.
No one can ever say Olivia's recycling talking points. That's a new one.
Am I wrong though? You've traveled. Doesn't it take a
Oh,
couple
no,
days?
but I think you're wrong. I'm gonna say it. I think you're wrong. I don't think that has anything to do with them going 9 of 21 from beyond the arc.
Well, I know.
Well,
sorry.
let's look at the games before last night. They weren't playing the way that they play, right? The lack of ball movement, they were stagnant. It's because they weren't comfortable. They weren't comfortable. So, I mean, I know there are many times when I used to travel, again, like a ton, I'd have to talk. I'm like, you know what? I know you don't know this toilet, but this toilet can be your friend. Let's work together. You have to eat more vegetables than you typically do, drink enough water, all those things. But it's about being holistic, and it takes a couple days for that relationship to be trusted, and then they feel good again.
That's Olivia Christian.
You rock, Maybach. You rock.
I speak facts, yo. I speak facts. And I'm on medication.
Well, this is odd.
The face that Demon has right now is the face that he typically has when Casey is doing his Drake bars. He's just like, I don't know. Don't sing. I won't sing.
It's usually the singing that gets him there.
I'm so happy that our friends at Sac State are listening at this exact moment, because Coach David Patrick joins us next. Oh, thank you as always. The game last night, Cap, across all the social media platforms. Make sure you check it out. Coach David Patrick joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, Coach. Follow that.
I'm talking. It's the truth. Next time the Kings come down to play the Lakers, and I hope to be able to go to that game. I'm going to ask Shannon, and I'm going to when I get to walk and talk to the guys, I'm going to ask them, you're still in California. Are your bowels okay? Are we going to?
Yeah, ask them.
I think it's only when you change like time zones that your body is a mess like that.
Those time zones can be bad.
People noticed you got festive on the staircase.
I did.
Yeah,
I have
you. What is that? Is that just a reef? Well, I see the reef coming down that one side. What's that down the middle? Those pictures?
Oh, yeah, those are cards. So it's like red tinsel that goes up, and then Christmas cards go down. I have some other things to put together. I've become one of those women that
you getting a tree?
does
You got
this. I haven't done a tree ever since I've been an adult. Because my presents from my parents are just like money. So, I mean, I guess you could just look at the tree.
Yeah,
but
you could do that. Be festive. You get a Charlie Brown tree.
Those are the cutest. Yeah. I thought about it. Who knows? I got another week. I'll find some dried out tree, put it up there.
Well, at this point, just forget it. Just forget it. Like at this point, no, not this year. Plan for next year. There is no lights being put up. There is no tree being put up a week before Christmas. No.
Well, that just sounds like this is a challenge. I might do it. Next time you see me next week, I'm going to have the whole thing. Be like, what? I got it yesterday. But do you do the thing where you keep your tree until New Year's Day?
I keep my tree until the Queen Bee says to take it down.
Mine will go down. Mine will go down Monday, the 26th.
Oh, really?
No, it's got to stay. It's got to stay till New Year's, bro.
No, it don't.
Yeah, it does.
No, I assure you, it doesn't. It will be
Kenny
back
has a lot of
in my garage.
Oh man,
Kenny has a lot of rules. No, forget it, Olivia. You can't have a tree, and your tree must stay up until New Year.
Those are the rules.
All right, be kind to your bowels, everybody. Thanks for letting me on.
Bye, you're the best. Feel better.
Thank you. Bye.
No Nick Wagner. He's got to do TV, so we'll miss him. He can do tomorrow. He can do some other time. So he said no. So I'll try to get Nick for next week.
We'll have Mitch at that time. He called in earlier. I told him to call in around there. So
okay,
you guys get Mitch instead of Nick Wagner.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'm naming today's show too. Their pooping was off.
That's a great idea. That's it. She said it's their bowels. What?
I thought she was really about to break it down too.
Yeah, she sure did. Olivia gets over with the chat house more and more each week, man. Mark Primo need to chill with these tweets and these gifts.
Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Oh yeah, I gotta tell you something when we come back. Well, if coach isn't there, I'll tell you.
Poor coach
If he
probably
is
like, I
there-
don't even know when I'm supposed to be on. I do 120 every week.
I love how that happened too, right as we were coming back from
so
break.
great. That's so great.
Say, Coach, what are you doing here?
Shout out KMB. KMB's watching.
Hey.
Back, my hero.
That's the she the boss lady right
That's
now.
the goat, man.
She the boss.
She's helping me with the December 23rd game.
Oh
'cause
man.
I saw the price tag on that game.
Oh,
I text
man,
Kendra. I was like,
man.
Kendra, can you help?
What can we do? Help.
Help me, please. I think Coach Patrick was listening, and he was just like, I don't know.
Like,
We're gonna
yeah,
have to rethink this thing.
You know what? I gotta wash my hair.
I gotta wash my hair. Indeed. Coach David Patrick set to join us in just a couple of minutes. One more housekeeping note. Nick Wagner isn't going to be available to join us. He was
happens.
tentatively scheduled the entire time. He had told me, hey, some things could be in flux. I've got some works to do on Sports Center. Nick Wagner, of course, a big star for ESPN. He volunteered to come on tomorrow. He actually volunteered to come on today. He was like, it's all good, Nick. We'll catch up, next week or something.
Big up to Nick.
We're gonna need the 49ers content next week.
Yeah, we
are.
are. We save it all as much as we can. But I think we figured it out. I think we'll get Q up on here.
We'll get Q.
Yeah,
We'll get Q. We'll get Nick. That's funny. Nick was listening too. The timing of the text that he sent me lines up perfectly. There's a very real possibility that in fact happened.
Before Coach Patrick pulls up on us, I have to tell everybody, my drive into work today was a little different.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
So you wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to me in front of everybody? You wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to me in front of Coach Patrick?
I got the update when all the comment folks got it.
Okay. It's ridiculous. You're ridiculous. As we welcome in for the second time our good friend, Coach David Patrick. Coach, we're happy to see you. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say you're happy to be with us and talk Sac State basketball.
Hey, man, that's why I jumped on the show 30 minutes early when you went to the road.
We'll take it.
Yeah, man.
We'll take it. Back-to-back wins, man, in thrilling fashion. Congratulations on owning Denver, by the way. You beat them twice the way that you do. Those are the rules. You get to own Denver. But you follow that up with another big win against Long Beach State, man. How do obviously, Coach, all wins are good. How do wins like that, though, help build your team?
Look, because we lost 3 games previous, in like 2-3 possession games, and so you're trying to teach as a coach, man, just stick with the process and you'll win. But sometimes you need a win for them to believe you. So to kick down the door like we did against Denver, and we were in the same position against Southern Utah. We had free throws that we missed against Denver. We get it to overtime, and then we win in overtime. So you're in that position that helped us against Long Beach, was another team we were up against for most of the game and probably had a stranglehold of the game for the most part. And they came, tearing back down us, and we were able to win at the end of the game again. So to win 2 games back to back against 2 really good teams, I think shows that our guys are buying in and doing what I asked and what we asked.
Coach, a lot of time when I talk about the Kings or, I'm talking about, with the kids that I coach, whether it's the little kids or high schoolers, particularly with the high schoolers because they actually have a schedule. But I try not to say like must-win game here and there. I try to talk about opportunities, right? And I thought last week it wasn't must-win if you lost 1 or 2 of the games, season wasn't over, nothing like that. But you had an opportunity to kind of get on your feet, get to 500, and you guys took advantage of that opportunity by winning both of them. Is that kind of how you approached it as well? It's just like saying, hey, the world isn't over if we lose these 2, but we got something in front of us. Let's try and take advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. We try to play the season in mini games, cut the season up in 4. So we kind of have our second round of the season now. So for us, it's big picture, trying to get ready for conference. And so to win 2 in a row at home is great. To win 2 in a row in the fashion that we did, being close games, not blowouts, because I think you can learn just as much we learn from losses, but now it's good to learn from wins. You don't want to keep losing and getting and coaching. So to be able to win some close games and still be able to coach these guys pretty hard over the last couple of days, I think will bode us well going into conference after Christmas.
And I'm glad you brought that up. You started to build that momentum, and then finals week hits, and you got to stop. You got a few days off, but you also head into that break, on a good vibe. Was it tough for the break to hit when it did, knowing how well you guys were playing, or did the fact that you got those 2 wins kind of put everybody in a good frame of mind? Like, hey, get your studies done, get your grades right, and let's pick up where we left off.
Yeah, look, I think the grade part is first and foremost, but it's definitely for me and my staff, at least for my staff, I probably wasn't as stressed as I would have been going, losing 6 in a row going into the break. So, I think our guys got to focus on academics. We also got some basketball in, and now we switched our focus actually today to a Fresno State team, which is just as good, if not better, than the last two opponents we played.
For sure. Hey, man, and basketball's a team game. You guys played a great team game to win those 2 games, but we got to talk about my guy, our guy, Zach Chappelle, Big Sky Player of the Week. And, man, the clutch gene was on full display with the way he played against Denver. I texted you after that game, and then I was there on Saturday, and he did it again. Man, the way he showed up, like a senior supposed to in those 2 moments. To talk about that a little bit, Coach.
Yeah, just excited for him. I think today he got, mid-major player of the week again, which is huge. So he's the best mid-major player in the country, at least for this week. So it's great, man. We don't run. I think it looks like he scores a lot of points, that we run a lot of stuff for him. We don't. He gets his stuff in the flow of the game. But to make big shots in big moments back-to-back times was huge. And for me, and I told him after the game, he had those same shots against Southern Utah, but he settled for threes. I think you were witness to the last game that he took the coaching and got to the rim and did it twice from the same spot in key moments. And that's not easy to do in those situations. So it's so good for him and for us, for him to do it in front of his friends and family here at Sacramento. And now they're calling him Sacramento. And do it in the fashion he did. Because, for a guy that's been here, he's been here 4 years. I'm his 4th coach. I think it's good for him to try to go out on top, which I think is great.
At least they're not calling him Zachtown.
Nah, there ain't no Zachtown going on here. Hey, the thing, he had clutch free throws in both of those games. Oh my gosh, those are like 4 or 5 of the purest free throws I've ever seen. Like they didn't touch anything but the bottom of the net. That was impressive.
It was because even he missed those same free throws at Southern Utah, and he didn't mean to miss them at Southern Utah. He didn't mean to miss the shot, but I think he's such a competitor, and he's in the gym every day at 6 a.m. Shooting. If we start practice at 8, he's in there, long before that. And so he's, his hard work, and you like to see that as a coach, that the hard work pays off, and it has for him and for us so far.
Yeah. Garrett Temple once told me, you hear people talk about like the clutch gene. And I asked Garrett about that one day. He was like, no, that's a thing. Like, it's real. Like, some people just react differently in pressure. Coach, like, are you able to pinpoint guys? Like, obviously, Zach Chappelle, he got that gene. he got that gene. Are you able to identify when you're coaching a player, like, oh, this is my guy in the clutch right here?
Oh, you can, because you can tell who's scared. So and I say that in the some guys run away from the ball, some guys run away from pressure, and that's just not on the basketball floor. That's life, and so I think Zach, and we have a couple other guys that, if they shoot it and they miss it, they're okay with it. You got to be okay with missing the shot and consequences that come with that when you do that. But you can feel it out pretty quickly. And I think the guys on the team know, when you're in a team environment, who wants that heat and who doesn't. And I'm so glad that he's able to do that for us at this point in time.
Hey, Coach, just want to ask you like a coaching philosophy question. Now, I know you saw your boy Mike Brown last night just go off. I believe that, yeah, he was genuinely mad, but it was a buildup, and I think he made a decision, in that moment. It's like, you know what? I'm getting tossed right now. Like, this is unacceptable. Have you ever found yourself in those situations where you're like, you know what, I need to do this for my players, for my team. I need to give me the 2 technicals right now.
I didn't get to 2, but I got to 1. But I have, I have, because I think there's certain times where you feel like the calls or the toughness part's not going your way. And I see that. I mean, I think obviously it worked for Mike. It didn't work for me. We lost by 1 the game I did it, so I took the loss. But
lost by that 1 technical free throw.
Yeah, so it didn't work for me. I wish I had a better story, but I had to do it, and I know exactly where I did it at. It was against Coach Herrick and Coach Godfrey when he was at CSUN and I was at Riverside. And those that don't know Jim Herrick, he was the head coach at UCLA when they won a national championship, but the referees were kind of bowing down for him, and I wasn't going for that. So I had to kind of flip the script. But I'm glad it worked out for Mike and Jordy and for that team on the road, because that's hard to. They lost 2 in a row, to get that third up in Toronto against a really good team and a good coach is awesome.
I was just gonna say, with that, do you find that works, like as a coach, and even taking back to your time as a player? Do you, a lot of the guys last night were like, yo, we wanted to win this one for Mike. He went out for us, and we wanted to show him we appreciated that and we had his back. Do you find that tends to work more times than not?
And I think it does, because the players know you got their back. As long as it's for the right, you can't be every call you do it, but if it's for the right reason and that time and play, just watching that game, that the flow was going the other way. I don't want to talk about the officials, but I think it works when when your players know you got your back, that you got their back, I should say. I think they put that little bit more effort in for you.
Coach preparing for that NBA career. He ain't gonna get fined here on this.
He
show.
said, "I love the NBA refs."
Great.
I know you got Fresno State coming up. You got Cal State coming up. You got a couple of games before the holiday, but you guys got plans for, for Christmas. Get away a little bit, celebrate.
Yeah, I'm the only one not getting away. I think the rest of my staff and my team are, but I'll be around. So y'all got any Christmas parties? Holler at your boy.
we got you, Coach.
I'll be in town. But we play on the 21st. I tell you the schedule I inherited. We play Fresno State, who's really good, and then we play at Cal State Fullerton, who went to the NCAA tournament last year. So those 2 coaches are good friends and good brothers. And then hopefully I can enjoy some Christmas before we get ready for conference play.
Yeah, there you go.
Coach, I'm still scouting. I was watching Eastern Washington against Texas Tech the other night. He's watching it. They was playing with him. So I got you, Coach. Don't worry about all that, man. Enjoy Christmas morning, man. I'm scouting for you. I got you, man.
They nice, man. They nice. Portland State's nice. Yeah, I can't even think that far. Yeah, I see you repping your 49ers up there. They got a big game on Sunday.
You know what it is today, Coach. You know what it is, baby. Let's put this away, baby. Let's put it away.
Yeah.
Coach, we appreciate you as always. Thanks for jumping on twice with us today. Thanks for making time with us this week, and we look forward to talking to you next week.
Appreciate you guys, man. Have a blessed week.
Take care,
you too. It's our man, Coach David Patrick, right there. Sac State Hornets, man. What a week it has been for them. Andy Thompson, the new football coach, is going to join us sometime next week.
Yeah.
Coach Troy Taylor taking the job at Stanford. The basketball team, the men's basketball team getting a couple of wins. Women's basketball team getting back on track. Yeah. Zach Chappelle getting player of the week in the conference. And man, that's just tremendous stuff.
So there was something I was going to ask, Coach, and I thought about it like 3 or 4 times in my head. Real quick, tell them what we're listening to here.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 as well, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're watching on YouTube, we hope you'll hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button as well. You guys, I'm really excited to share our year-end numbers with you next year. We hit some pretty dope markers.
Yeah, man.
This year.
Y'all been tapping in, man, and we appreciate it.
We are thankful for each and every one of you, man. I assure you of that. Shams tweeted just moments ago as we were wrapping up with Coach, Golden State Warrior All-Star, All-NBA star Steph Curry has sustained a labral injury in his left shoulder and will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. Sources tell The Athletic. Now that's important because Shams did not say Steph Curry will return in 2 weeks. Shams said Steph Curry will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. That certainly means he could be back in 2 weeks. It also could be mean he's back in 6. Like so.
Yeah.
So the early indications are pretty tough because they're on a road trip.
Yeah.
They've got I haven't looked at their schedule. I think they got the Bucks coming up. So immediately I'm thinking I think they got the road trip from hell coming up.
Yeah, they're on the East Coast trip. They played the Bucks yesterday or Tuesday. Indiana, I think Toronto's in there. I think Philly's in there. New York. They're
Maybe Philly is
thing.
who I was thinking of that they had coming up.
They're almost on the same trip as the Kings just had, almost. So they got that going on. But I was gonna say I didn't want to ask.
It's Philly, yeah. I'm sorry, it's Philly next.
I didn't want to ask Coach Patrick this, but in that game on Saturday, I think they got a little home cooking.
Well, that's all right.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. But so the guy from Long Beach scores a layup, and there's 6 seconds left. And maybe there's some refs out there, people familiar with college basketball, but the layup is scored, and the clock stops. And in college, the clock ain't supposed to stop. So they got the ball. They were trying to find a way to get the ball in bounds. They finally get it to Zach. The ball's in bounds, and the clock starts running again. I think the clock was supposed to run all the way through.
Yeah, well,
it happens.
Now,
to be fair, when Zach scored with 0.4 seconds, they stopped the clock for Long Beach State too, when it should have ran to 0.
Oh, then it's fair.
Yeah,
it's even.
It's all fair.
If you make a mistake on each end, it's not really a mistake.
There you go.
This for Jesse and Jesse only. Adrian Wojnarowski says Robert Williams planning to make his season debut versus Orlando tomorrow.
They need him because they're struggling.
Are they?
Just messing with you. What they win? They lose. Not only lost two on the West Coast trip.
Yeah, they went 4-2 on their trip. I can't wait till Rob Williams is back. I can't even talk right now.
Like I told Jesse though, they better win the championship. They better win the championship. There's a lot of talk about this Boston team. They better win the championship.
It is championship or bust, so this is a failure.
Oh, for sure. Like they went to the. I mean,
I don't think they're gonna beat Milwaukee.
It speaks. Man, it really speaks to the coach that their job is doing. The job that their coach is doing.
Jimmy Cozier.
Yeah, Jimmy Cozier. That's a deep cut, but yeah.
I'm lost now.
No, Jimmy Cozier, the guy who did the random record from
remember I had you look him up the other day, Jesse.
No, he does have strong Joe Mazzola vibes. Strong vibes. We're just taking this dude's first year. By the way,
it's crazy.
Last year was Ime Udoka's first year.
Yeah.
And he got that team to the NBA Finals.
Does coaching matter?
Apparently not. Not in Boston.
Not in Boston. In Sacramento, it matters.
Jeez almighty.
They getting it done in Sacramento with the new
or
staff.
Perhaps Ime Udoka is a really good coach. Joe Mazzola is a really good coach.
Yeah. Will Hardy's doing a good job too.
Will Hardy's out. Yeah. Will
Hardy's they might have a good system in Boston.
They might.
Good
I mean, Will was Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong. Will was only there with Ime, right? He wasn't there with Brad.
Yeah, I think he just got there with
Ime. Came over from the Spurs.
Yeah, Joe was the one who was there with Brad.
That's right, because Joe was with Kara. They started the same year. So Joe's only been there 3 years.
Man, the culture.
22-7.
It's the culture.
Yeah, because when Ime came in, he was going to bring his own staff, but the Celtics players were like, no, you can't let Joe go. He's got to stay here.
Yeah.
Well, they balling for him right now.
Yeah, they really are.
Sure.
Yeah, and Coach Bud just rolling along at 20-7. Then you got New Orleans. Quiet is kept. Memphis has won 6 in a row.
Yeah, here comes Memphis.
Those are the only 4 teams with single-digit losses. Boston, Milwaukee, they're at 7. New Orleans and Memphis, they're at 9.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, look, I think Milwaukee is going to the NBA Finals. I haven't gone off my pick of the Clippers. I still think when they get it together, it'll be all right. But Memphis is showing me something. New Orleans looks really good. But the thing I want to see from them, and it's not like they're going to fall off a cliff, but I want to see if Zion and Brandon Ingram can play together. Every time either one of them goes off, it's when the other is out for a few games because he's hurt. Can they play together? Maybe they should just alternate games in the playoffs. Zion, you play one. Ingram, you sit. Then Ingram, you play one. Zion, you sit. They would be unbeatable.
me ask you something.
Yeah.
Your feelings about Milwaukee going to the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just because you don't like Boston? Or do you legitimately think
No.
because of Giannis and that squad's better than the Boston Celtics?
Nah, I think they're when I say better, I mean it's like slightly
marginally better.
Like
sure.
that's a 50-50 series. I'm just making a
Mhm.
pick. But Boston absolutely can go to the NBA Finals. 100%.
The shocker would be if one of those two don't.
That would
That's
be a
probably
huge
the bigger
shocker.
story
Yeah.
is if one of those two don't. I mean, I don't think it's a stunner if Philadelphia goes to the NBA Finals.
I'd be stunned.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think they're better than those two. So
I don't think they are either.
They'd have to beat one of those two in a
Yeah.
series, if not both. And I'd be stunned if they did that.
Wow, stunned is a really strong word.
I know.
I'd be stunned if Cleveland did it.
I feel like I'd be more stunned if Philly did it. I just don't think they.
Like,
I don't
Embiid's averaging like 33 points per game.
I know, but now I'm going to sound like Damian. I got James Harden.
Well, that's facts. Well, if James Harden gets injured, and I certainly don't wish this upon the man at all. If James Harden gets injured in March and is out for the playoffs, like the 76ers could win. Yeah, but you're right. If James Harden is out there for Philly in the playoffs,
we talk about how wide open, the league is or whatever.
Paying attention to the way Brooklyn's playing either, but
I know they're balling right now.
They really are.
And that man 11 is balling too.
Yeah,
that free man 11 is balling. Free man.
He needs to stop writing on his shoes. He needs to stop this. You're wearing Nikes, man. Knock it off. We know what time it is. Knock it off.
You know the
probably have some trainer back there with a razor blade scraping this, the swoosh off by the stitches.
The guy that our guy Scoop B. We gotta talk to Scoop.
Yeah, we haven't had him on in a while.
We gotta talk to him soon. But he was reporting that Kyrie has been in contact with a couple of different shoe companies, right? Like Adidas, Puma, New Balance, and I hope I get this right, but I think it's SIA, SIA.
Okay.
I don't know if you follow this, but he's like a clothing designer.
SIA is a clothing designer?
Yeah, I think it's SIA. But he's a clothing designer. He makes shoes, all this other stuff. He has season tickets to the Kings, and he sits right behind the bench.
Oh.
I noticed, I saw him on Instagram years ago, and I followed him from there. And then one time I was watching the game, I was like,
well, if he needs some endorsers,
is that dude from Instagram?
Yeah, that's where we are in 2022, heading into 2023. As we look at people, hey, is that so and so from Instagram?
Yeah. He made some clothes. I know at one point he had like some jackets that was like Jim Jones was heavy on and posted on Instagram. He's been on the Breakfast Club a couple times. But yeah, I see him.
I mean, we get 2,000 to 3,000 people watching our show a day. Like if my man wants
come on, man. Come on now. We'll talk. We didn't talk. I'm waiting for the next time. I'm gonna go talk to him. Be like, yo, I see you here at the Kings game. Been peeping your stuff for a minute. Just show love. But yeah, we're gonna have a conversation.
Conversation needs to be had.
Yeah.
Soren made me laugh. He said on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Soren just said Draymond just announced he's retiring for 2 weeks. Because Draymond just looked at the situation and goes, man, I cannot get thrown out of every game for the next 2 weeks. Just be easier. Hey, Steve, need some load management. Need some load
My
management.
back is broken.
Man. I haven't. Did anybody know off the top of their head what De'Aaron was wearing last night?
Under Armours.
He went back to the Under Armours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, those were the Under Armours.
Man dropped 27, 6, and 10. Doesn't have a shoe deal. Man's averaging 24, 25, whatever it is. Doesn't have a shoe deal. Is there another player in the league averaging what De'Aaron Fox is averaging across the board on a team as good as Sacramento's?
I think shoe deal's coming soon, though. Just my guess. It's coming soon.
I think Kenny knows something and he's just not sharing. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
I don't know anything, actually. I don't know anything about that. I just got a feeling. I had a premonition last night. I was like, I wonder if this were to happen. I don't think it would, but I was like, what if this would be dope? I should say it.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
What if he got with that jump man? Just out of nowhere, all these shoes he's wearing is just the front, and all of a sudden, the newest member of the Jumpman team.
HB's with
Fox.
Jumpman, right?
Yeah, I think he still is. Yeah.
Well, once you Jumpman, you're Jumpman for life. I don't think they let people.
But
go.
I don't know. I don't know if he's Jumpman or he's just affiliated because of UNC.
No, North Carolina.
Yeah.
I feel like he'd be. I feel like he'd be.
I think there's an understanding. I don't know if
Interesting.
there's a deal. But that would
no, that doesn't work. that does. Hey, look, okay, that's cool. There's an understanding. There's an understanding in my bank account too. I mean, you know, the sneaky thing about Jordan is it's like the lowest paying shoe brand. Yeah, they don't. There's definitely a, hey, you get the honor of being with Team Jordan.
It is an honor.
Well, you would know.
Well, I mean, come on, man. I'm just wearing clothes, man. That's all. That's all I'm doing. Just wearing clothes.
I guess so.
Jason Tatum getting the signature shoe
later
this season. I think they're gonna be unveiled. I got a pair of the Lucas. I actually like the Lucas. They feel pretty good.
Okay. I mean, is the other signature shoe we were talking about privately? Is that public?
Which one is that?
Well, I'm not trying to tease you. Ja.
Oh, that's public. I mean,
that's has that been announced?
It's gonna happen. Yeah.
No, I know it's happening. I just wasn't sure if
it's
it's been announced. Yeah, Ja's got a signature coming.
Yeah. They announced that when they said they were done with Kyrie.
That adds up. They announced they were done with Kyrie like 7 times. I don't
can't quit them.
Yeah, I guess not. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll continue to talk Kings basketball. Phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320. We'll talk 49ers football as well as they have an opportunity. And stick around. It's a lengthy edition of D'Lo and Casey. We're on like an extra 11 minutes today. I'm on an extra 11 minutes today. But
come on, man.
We'll talk 49ers football when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah, those are dope. I mean, they're not for me, but they are dope.
They are dope. Hold on, I got a quick 13th round. This is a quick 13th round. It ain't nothing too major. I just want to give a shout out. Give me a second, y'all.
Damn.
13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. You know the vibes, man. Shout out Ryan. Shout out Jovan, the whole crew over there. Big ups to my main man down is dope. The dope ones, doing what they do. Big ups to them. And shout out to my people over at Jordan, man. Big ups to them. Always showing love and showing support. I just wanted to talk about a fight that's going down this Saturday that is one you don't normally see. And I love to see it, to be honest with you. I'm very excited to see this fight go down. It's going to be on Showtime. And it's Michael Rivera. The guy, I don't know if you guys remember him, but he's the guy that kind of takes like Muhammad Ali's whole look and says like that's, that's his look, that's his brand to be the next Ali. And he can fight. I ain't saying he's Ali, but man, that boy can fight. But he's fighting against Errol Spence fighter, Frank Martin. And Frank Martin can go. Like, Frank Martin can fight. The big thing with this fight is both of these guys are undefeated young prospects. They're not like established vets or, everybody knows them or they're champions. Nobody's saying that, but they're projected champions. And it's dope to see this fight happening. So many times in boxing, we don't see these guys fight each other. We don't see these young guys fight each other on the way up. And especially if it's not for a belt, we don't see these guys fight each other. Well, these guys are getting it done, man. And I don't know who's responsible for it. I don't know. I know it's a Showtime PBC card, but it ain't even about all that. I just like for the sport of boxing, seeing these guys at this point in the career go up against each other, man. So I think it's going to be a hell of a fight. It's on Showtime. I think you guys should check it out, man. Frank Martin versus Michael Rivera. Showtime Boxing. Go check that out on Saturday night. That's the 13th round. was trying to find their records, but you know, one of the sneaky things about uh-oh. Oh, I closed it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. One of the sneaky things about boxing is, Jesse, I don't know if you ever see this, but there's like a gang of fights everywhere. Have you ever gone to like Box Rec and just gone to their schedule?
Nah.
There's like, off the top of my head, I'm not even really counting them. There's probably like 30 boxing cards on Saturday. They got stuff in France, one in Germany, another in Germany, another in Argentina, Mexico, there's like 3 or 4 of them. Mexico, Japan got one. Like they show all the schedules for any type of boxing card going on, sanctioned boxing card. And this happens like every Saturday, like every Friday and Saturday. There's like 30, 40 cards going on across the world.
Doesn't Stockton usually have some fights sometimes?
They do sometimes. They had a nice little fighter out of Stockton.
Yeah, I need to head out to those one time.
Diego De La Hoya is fighting. I don't know if there's a relation, but
hope he's not like Oscar.
And as you say, there is fights at Stockton on Saturday at the Memorial Civic Auditorium. Fight card going there. The one I'm talking about is in Vegas at the Cosmopolitan. Michael Rivera, 24-0, going up against Frank Martin, 16-0.
So that guy's trying to be like Ali, and then Ali's grandson fights also, right?
Does he fight on Saturday too?
Well, I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, he does. Ali's grandson, he weak to me.
Okay, yeah, because I got confused.
Yeah.
I've seen them both, so I wasn't sure if that was the same person or not.
Ali grandson, he about to get knocked out when he fights somebody. No shade. Just is what it is. I don't know. Somebody need to be paying me. Because last week I gave the top rank card for everybody.
Matt George set to join us about 1 hour from right now. Do we have a call of the game?
We do have a call of the game. You want to guess it? Anybody in the chat want to guess it?
Monk's dunk.
That was nasty.
Monk's attempted dunk.
Ooh, that was nasty too. That almost brought the house down.
Monk's attempted dunk would have changed like the course of human history if he had made that. I'm going neither.
Quiet as kept. I'll give you a hint. This is not the call of the night, but it was a hell of a play. When TD got the rebound off the free throw.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was
that
great.
Boy was up there.
Yeah, that was tremendous. The camera angle when that happened was weird. I
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
sure
it
if
was
we
kind
were
of a
watching a
floor
replay.
angle.
I was like, well,
Kind of looked like NBA Live
was that
97 a little
live?
bit.
What was that? I'm going none of the above though.
What you got?
Mike Brown getting tossed.
Oh man, that was a hell of a play right there.
I'm going Mike
was a hell
Brown
of a
getting
play.
tossed. We'll run that sound in just a couple of minutes. Let's go to the phones though. We want to hear from you. As always, you can take part in the conversation in the Chatty House on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. And of course, you can get us on the phone lines as well. 916-909-1320. Like our man Mitch.
Hey.
Mitch, what's happening?
Hey. How you guys doing? Long time no talk to, David, Casey.
It's been a while, Mitch.
What's up, Mitch?
I got it. All right. I can't wait for the game tonight. I'll get on Twitch. I guess I can get you guys on Twitch too, but I'm working here. But 49ers, they win tonight. I want to see the rest of their starters. Give them a couple of quarters off, especially Bosa, especially the defensive line. I don't want any more injuries. We've had too many injuries this year. And let's save Debo for the playoffs. That's why we trade for McCaffrey. And we got, well, I heard we lost Mitchell. What do you think? They'll win tonight? And what, you think they'll give a rest or they're going to fight for that second seed?
Well, what Damian talked about earlier in the week actually makes, great sense. I don't know if they're going to actually do it this way, but that makes sense. They're going to kind of, we're talking really about 2 weeks because there's 3 weeks left in the season. But if they clinch, I mean, nobody's playing that last game that Tristan wants to go to.
Yeah.
So
which we really have to collectively work to talk her out of.
So nobody's playing that game. So you got to figure out what you're doing for 2 weeks. And you talked about it, Damian, about how they might alternate. Like if there's, let's just say 8 guys that they deem their stars and untouchable. Maybe 4 guys play one game, 4 guys play another game. I think they might do it that way.
It makes sense. I don't think you just want to sit a bunch of guys, but I understand, especially the way that this season has gone, that you want to keep as many guys healthy as possible headed in to the playoffs. But taking 3 weeks off isn't going to. It's not the most effective strategy.
No,
but giving certain guys time off headed into the playoffs, and like you said it perfectly, that week against that final week against Arizona, that's a bye week for probably most playoff teams. They'll probably there could very well be some seeding in place there. I really don't feel like it's going to be a lot, especially the winner of the South is getting in. They're going to be 4th.
Yeah.
I don't think the 49ers are getting higher, but they certainly can than 3rd, but they're not going any lower.
Right.
And they're not getting to 1st. So it's how many home games they have versus whether they have a home game.
Yeah. And they're going to have to play wild card weekend regardless. So it's not a bye situation. So
right. Yeah.
I think the way that the Kings may think this too, but the way the 49ers think, everybody wants to have, all home games or whatever. That's the goal if you can make it. I really believe they don't care. Like they really believe health is the most important thing, and we'll go in anywhere. We've done it before.
I 100% agree. Yeah. And I think they feel like a large portion of their fan base will go to wherever they are anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, it might not look like Dallas look, or it might not look like Los Angeles look,
right.
but
they'll be there.
They'll get enough fans in there to make them comfortable.
They'll be in Minnesota. They'll be in
sure. Yeah. We've seen fan bases get into Minnesota before. What do you think tonight? Set the stage. This was a question once. Are the 49ers better than the Seahawks? And I think that can definitively be stated now. Yes, in fact, the 49ers are better than the Seahawks.
Yeah.
I think the Seahawks are good, but they're up against the back. They're up against the wall right now. And so you have a desperate Seahawks team hosting a Thursday night game. And I think that's you also have a third string quarterback who's dealing with a rib injury. You've got,
we
one
don't even know who's playing.
I think he is.
He is.
I think he's playing.
I thought last I saw he was still questionable, but that was around when the show started. So I don't know.
Oh, I thought I saw. Okay, so I could have made that up then, because I thought I saw before the show started. Of course, we were preoccupied a little bit. I could have read it wrong. You've got Debo out. Like you've got a lot going against you if you're the San Francisco 49ers, but even a healthy Brock Purdy, even a healthy Jimmy Garoppolo, or a healthy Trey Lance, a Thursday night road game is tough.
Yeah, and especially in a place like Seattle, where it's going to be rocking, the noise is going to be piped in, the speakers are going to be charged up, out there in Seattle.
You stop that.
It is.
It's a great arena with great fans.
It is. They got speakers on each side of the end zones.
You can't prove that. You can't prove that.
But no, it's going to be an electric atmosphere in Seattle, and they're going to be rocking.
And hopefully, it's generating some heat, because I hear it's going to be really cold there.
I think
that's where our man Rich is. I think Rich went to that game.
Really?
I think so.
Oh, Rich here.
Yeah, Rich here.
Oh yeah. He did. I think he did mention that. Yeah, it's going to be cold up there.
Yeah, so that's
cold.
Yeah, that's
so I say all that to say, to answer your question, it's a tall task, man. It's a tall task. If I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet on the 49ers to win. I think they can win for sure. Because like I said, they're just a better team. I think they're battle tested, they're mentally tough, and something like this isn't anything they're gonna shy away from, this challenge, this uphill battle. So they definitely are more than capable of. But if you ask me to put Damian's house on it, I wouldn't bet on the Niners to win tonight. It's a tall task, man.
It is. For many different reasons. It's a tough task. I think the game's going to be low scoring. I think these games often go two ways. Defense goes out the window, and you wind up seeing, 37-34 or some wild score like that, or something in the 40s, or you get something lower scoring. The 49ers defense, I don't care what day of the week, it could be Monday. they're not giving up 40 points
Yeah.
or 30 points. And I think Gino's capable of putting that up. I don't think Gino and that Seahawks offense is capable of putting that up against the San Francisco 49ers defense.
Yeah.
I think this is a relatively low scoring game. It's probably going to be a bit of a bear to watch, at least for those that aren't fans of the 49ers or the Seahawks. I think this might be a tough watch tonight. I have no idea who's going to win this game. I've been pretty confident in the 49ers the last few weeks because of that defense.
Looking for their 7th straight win.
That's amazing.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Wow.
That's the longest streak in the league. I think Cincinnati's closest.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the longest streak in the league. And I'm trying to think, what did they do last year? I know it wasn't a 7-game streak. I think it was something like 8 of 9 or something like that last year. I mean, what they've done in the second half of these seasons the last 2 years, I wouldn't. We talked about it when they were struggling earlier. Like, look, just because you did it last year, you don't want to think, oh, we can do it again. Well, they've done it again.
Here we are.
And let me talk for the 2023 49ers. Don't think just because you did it the last 2 years that you can do it again. How about win these games early and set yourself up? But going for 7 straight wins, it's just tough, man. Like, the thing that makes me feel like maybe they can get some done is I don't think Seattle's defense is very good. And they're, regardless of short week, all this other stuff, they're going to give you opportunities. And if the 49ers can take advantage of those opportunities, I think they could put Seattle in a tough spot to try and pull this game out.
All comes down to the
Walker's playing too, so that'll be interesting to see.
It all comes down to the defense. Brock Purdy, it's a fun conversation piece. Did a hell of a job. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. But winning tonight, winning in the postseason is that defense.
Wow.
You know, Mitch talking about Nick Bosa and everything Nick Bosa can do. Like, it's all there. That's why they've won 6 in a row.
Yeah, 100%, man. If Purdy playing, they're saying that he's going to play. That people are seeing the same thing that you were seeing. So if he's out there, I'm gonna tell you right now, if he can play well in this situation, confidence meter going up. Because I still feel good about Purdy,
y'all
but
are gonna be
but
unbearable.
There's some things that I like. I still want to see something. I want to see him on the road. I want to see him have to play a comeback game or something like that.
Well, this is the road. This is the road. This is the road against the team that is in Seattle that has to win.
Yeah.
To have a shot at the playoffs.
Yeah. They got it. Their mentality's got to be they got to kind of win out to make sure they get in.
Yeah, I think we looked at this. Not lock, but you could feel really, really comfortable about the 7 playoff teams if Seattle loses tonight. You'd have Seattle, they'd be back, like Seattle and Detroit. You need to win out. You would need some help.
And Seattle got like some tricky game. I know they played the Chiefs. I think they played somebody else. Like the last 4 games for them are not.
They have to win tonight to have a chance.
Yep. Season's on the line for lack of a better term for them. But if Purdy go out and he plays like he played in that first half against Tampa Bay,
man.
Jimmy, take your time. Take your time. Matter of fact, you got a contract coming up. Maybe you want to sit this whole thing out.
That's one thing we haven't really talked. I feel bad for Jimmy. Like, what did this do to?
Didn't you say that you thought it was going to hurt his contract? I think he still gets paid what he was going to get.
I don't think so. I thought he was going to get paid really, really well. Even for a quarter. Like, I thought he was going to get paid really well. I think that was predicated on the fact that I thought this team was going to go far, and to lose him, or for him to lose that on his resume, like, last 2 times I've played a full season, we've gone to the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship.
Yeah,
our floor became the NFC Championship.
Right.
Somebody would have signed up big dollars for that. I think there's still a lot of questions around him, and I don't know that there's a team. And just looking at these standings, the playoffs could be set by the end of the Washington Giants game this weekend. Because you've got all 4 teams, and again, Seattle loses. I guess that's the one thing Detroit can hang on to if Seattle loses, and I mean, Seattle could hang on it too, in all likelihood, and certainly the last time they played, it didn't happen. The Giants in football team, Commanders, play this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So someone's going to get probably their sixth loss, which it opens things up for those two teams a little bit, but it's still an uphill battle for Detroit and Seattle if Seattle doesn't win.
Yeah, they need it. I thought before.
Oh, it's a shame that the Packers aren't going to make it. Just a shame.
I thought before the season, especially when I thought the Seahawks were going to stink, be really bad. Remember, I was saying like, yeah, rivalry's done. We've moved on to the Rams. Like it's over. This Niners.
Russ is gone.
Yeah, it's done. Nah, it's still pretty real. Still pretty real. I don't like those guys.
I don't think division rivalries go away.
They don't, even though I don't really care about the Cardinals.
The Cardinals are really about to go away.
I don't care about the
I don't know
Cardinals.
if the Cardinals are hitting the reset button or what they're doing, but
yeah, but the Rams and the Seahawks, I don't like those boys. I don't like them. I've been planning for like 10 years to go up to Seattle to watch a game against the Niners. Every year. It's like,
you've never gone?
No, every year I'm like, oh.
Have you ever been to Seattle?
No, I've never been to Seattle.
You trash Seattle at least once a week.
They deserve it.
And you've never been there.
No, they deserve it. I mean, it looks like a beautiful city. I know people from Seattle, good people. But, they deserve everything they get from me. They try to take the squad away. Could you imagine them trying to light a sorry-ass beam in Seattle? Man, please.
Don't they already have a needle?
Yeah, they would light up the needle. Garbage. Get a beam like a real man.
Boy. All right. I don't know.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
You are unbearable today.
In all seriousness, I do want to go to Seattle. It looks like a cool place. It does look like a cool place.
It's fine. It's gloomy. It rains.
And part of me wants them to get their little sorry ass basketball team back, so we can backhand them.
Let's just focus on the Kings. Let's just be happy the Kings are good for right now. Let's be happy with that. You've got to get through Detroit, obviously.
Yeah. How do you feel about it? Let me ask you that. I brought it up a little bit. How do you feel if they were to lose to Detroit tomorrow? It would definitely.
I'd be disappointed.
Take some off.
I'd be disappointed. I don't remember the number, and I think it holds true. Let me pull. I feel like we looked at this yesterday. Wasn't Toronto was under 500? Yeah, they are. So they would have moved to 500 when it went. They're 13 and 15 right now. We had a stat that Jesse gave us about their record against teams, under and over 500.
After yesterday's one, they'd be 8-1 under 500.
So after yesterday, they're 8-1 against teams under 500. So yeah, I'd be really disappointed if they lost to Detroit.
No, I don't want to. I'm not trying to stall them out or anything. That would be very disappointing and deflating to miss an opportunity.
Detroit's 8-22.
Yeah,
and they got a win last night.
They got a win last night. They
put up like 140 on. Was it Charlotte?
Yeah, that's where, like I said, Steve Clifford.
It was 141 to 134.
He wasn't having it no more. Steve Clifford. He didn't go off, but he just had real stern talk.
They put up 35, 38, and 34 in the first three quarters. There was some big numbers put up last night. The Tyrese Halliburton scored 125. They scored 47 in the second quarter against the Warriors. 47. Were there any smart-ass tweets about that?
Did you see?
How many points did they have in that half?
They had another one last night.
74. I didn't see a single smart-ass tweet about the Warriors giving up 74 points in a half.
No, you never see that.
Okay.
You never see that. But another one was Orlando had 50 in the first quarter, I think.
They did.
Against
it was
Atlanta.
50 to 22. Man, Trae Young had 19 points and 16 assists. Boy, that don't That don't feel right, boss.
Mm.
Don't feel right.
Mm.
Atlanta's 14-15.
Bo had a sick little coast to coast last night. I don't know if you saw it, but
I did. Oh yeah. Did I see it? That got pushed out on every push notification on the planet.
I
think I got a CNN update that says Bo went coast to coast.
Look, I'm not saying it like he's like amazing right now, but that one kind of frustrated me because he was out there. I think he got cut by Denver or something like that. And why not take a chance on Bo?
Yeah, but that's
he wasn't kidding. The Kenny show.
What I tell y'all. I'm just glad we both didn't, because I think we would have lost everybody if we both got kicked out. Man, I told you the Kenny Caraway show on the way. Kenny, if y'all been paying attention, Kenny slowly been phasing me out all week.
This guy.
Slowly bringing us back from commercials. Hey, tell the people where we at. Telling me what to do. All these different things. About to go get in my fictitious pickup truck and get up out of here. See, there it is right there. Alfonso says, D-Lo hopping in his truck.
Yeah, that dream was crazy, man. That boy D-Lo hopped in a brown pickup truck.
I can't believe you had me in a UPS truck trying to get away from you. The Kenny Caraway show with Damian Barling. Who would call their show that? Goodness gracious. Point I was making before you threw me out of the live stream. The Bull pickup is a pickup you would have wanted with this staff. I don't think you would have wanted it with the other previous staffs.
Fair. I would have wanted it either way, but
I don't think you would have gotten the results that
Maybe
you
not.
desire
Maybe not.
with that staff.
Yeah. I was like, dang man, go get that boy Bo.
Julius had another big day.
Oh, you see Brunson dropped Caruso?
Oh, that was uncalled for. The Bulls are on blow it up alert.
Yeah, it's time to be vultures around their roster.
There is a strong belief that the Bulls can be had. The Bulls are probably going to be the team to watch headed into the trade deadline. Yeah. Because I mean that it's great. LaMelo returned last night. Is Lonzo playing basketball again?
Oh no, I remember I saw an update about a week ago where they're like, he's progressing well. They didn't say anything about
the hell does that mean?
I guess he still has his legs. I guess that's progressing well, but it didn't say anything about like, oh, he's coming back this timetable. He's just rehabbing well. So I don't know, man. I really hope so. Obviously, much like you, I love to see the young brother play, but it don't sound good.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. But the Knicks, they got a win against Chicago last night. Dame went for 37 last night in the Trailblazers win over San Antonio. They do.
Portland keep winning.
You mentioned this one already. I saw the clip that you sent me. I think people are reaching a little bit with the Luka Doncic thing. I don't think he was staring down Mark Cuban.
Do you think he didn't see his teammate's hand?
Yes.
You think he didn't see it?
No, I don't think he saw it. I don't think he was.
I don't think he did it intentionally.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
But it's funny.
I
could ask the question. How do you not see your teammate's hand? It was out there forever. But okay. Somebody in the replies was like, I wouldn't have slapped up Dwight Powell's hand either.
That might be a team to watch too. Not for trades, just in terms of full-on implosion. I mean, they weren't very good to begin with. I think most of us saw this coming. I'll give you credit, even though I think you were a little harsh in your tone last year, saying they didn't deserve to be in the Western Conference Finals. Well, they played over their head, but they deserved to be there because they got there.
Yeah, they won the
but
games
they weren't good enough
right.
to be there.
Right.
And that is glaringly obvious, I think, this year, because I'm not suggesting this team doesn't make the playoffs or the play in. I don't think this team has a run in them to be as good as the NBA desperately wants them to be.
I think everything's about set in the West as far as the teams that will be playing in the postseason. The Lakers, I think the Lakers will still get in there, but
so who's falling out? The Jazz? Are you going to call it?
I don't know. I don't know. That's the thing I don't know. It might be Dallas.
Minnesota.
Minnesota not making it. Minnesota
You
not
got to get
making
someone out of there.
it. Minnesota not in right now.
No,
are they?
I understand, but you got to, if you put in the Lakers in, you got to get someone out of there.
If I had to pick a team right now, I'd say Dallas.
Warriors are 14-5 right now.
Well,
They're going on that road trip
Yeah.
without Steph, and that's you're right. That the trip at Brooklyn minus Detroit is identical to the Kings. They had the Bucks thing, and I mean moving forward, there's Toronto, there's Philadelphia's tomorrow. They got Brooklyn, they got New York.
they can find themselves by the time Steph is ready to come back like 10 games below 500.
They really could. Yeah, it could be bad. They're gonna be on. They're gonna
on
be on
Christmas.
TV on Christmas.
I ain't watching
How
that.
they ruining everybody's Christmas day?
Well, we also got to watch Lakers Mavs.
Well, at least I can watch LeBron. You can watch LeBron and Luka.
I don't really
I'll
like
tell you
those
this is the last year the Kings aren't going to be playing on
they're
Christmas.
they're gonna be at home next Christmas.
Wait, hell yeah. You know why? The Christmas beam. The Christmas beam. Wait for that thing to shoot up in the sky. Well, a purple beam with Christmas lights around it.
We're gonna be on MLK Day too.
This is a black beam. Shoots to the sky. Kendra, are you still listening? I want a black beam to shoot to the sky. Matter of fact, I want the beam changed black during February.
They're gonna have two more beams. It's gonna be red, black, and green. That's gonna be the beam.
Oh, that beam coming back in June. The beam coming back on Juneteenth. This is the last year the Kings are not playing on Christmas. Oh, yeah. They're going to get the prime time slot next year.
Man. Yeah. Let's go.
We'll come back. We've got play of the day on the way, or call of the game, or whatever the hell we call it.
Call of the night.
I don't know what we call it. We also got Matt George set to join us in about 30 minutes. That's all I had here. It continues on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Come on, Soren.
That's hilarious.
Come on, Soren.
Yo.
Come on.
Yo.
Man.
Hey, Soren been on fire, bro. Who is this guy, man?
Wrap it up. It's time to go home.
Oh, Soren, come on, man. Randy said a dashiki themed beam. Y'all are crazy. Oh, man. Come on.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah.
I sent him the email about that.
Yeah. Jeff sent me that same email to tell you. I just forgot.
Yeah, I gotta hit him back because the lady sent me something last week and I responded to it. But
I don't know, like, why don't they just? How is this? Why is this so complicated?
yeah, it's not even that. Like, it's just vacation or sick days. Like, I didn't take weeks off.
Oh man,
under 500.
All right, we'll just never mention it again then. Jeez. Well, it's not your fault. Yeah, it's kind of been a day. Hey, I'm all about the mixed bean. I'm all about it. Jesus. Oh, man. Multiracial beam. Oh man. Mitch, we got Mitch. Let's see, 49ers game day presented by Lashes Elk Grove Dodge in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. What are we, Jesse, like 411? Do you know yet? Okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's probably something close to that. It's no big deal. So we'll probably just go top of the hour and I'll let Matt go. And then I'll just come back and do the. Yeah. So just come back and do the, yeah. Because I'm going to have Matt stick around and do that. Oh, I'm sure he'd be happy to. It's been a weird day, man. Kings win, and we all just get kind of
loopy.
A little loopy, man, but it's fun. Again, can't say it enough. Not just today, but every day. We appreciate you for being with us on YouTube, Twitch, the Odyssey app. We got a nice little round of applause at the company meeting for the amount of people that listen to us.
Yeah, big ups,
on the Odyssey app.
Big ups to you guys.
That is a that's all you, man. So we appreciate it. And actually that Odyssey app, I know we really, we have so much fun on Twitch and YouTube and all that. The company's really big into that Odyssey app. And you guys have supported us on that app for a really, really long time. Like they gave us some metric about, percentage of people that listen or something like that. That's been something we've crushed for like 3 years now, going into our third year now.
No, man, y'all kill it with that, man. Thank you guys.
Indeed. All right, call of the night. I'm going Mike Brown getting tossed. That's my pick. I'm going Mike Brown getting tossed.
In the chatty house, what are you guys' guesses here? Mike Brown getting tossed.
We had the Malik Monk dunk earlier.
The almost dunk.
The almost dunk. I'm not sure we would have recovered. I might have gone live if that dunk had gone in. I might have just gone live and done our first ever watch party the rest of the game had that dunk gone in.
Oh, Harriet. That's one. I don't know if you remember that. Remember I used to talk about the guy who on my highlights, my college highlights, who was filming, and I do something, he'd be like, "Oh, Harriet." Shout out to Mr. Cheatham.
Who is Harriet? His wife?
I don't think so.
Oh,
I don't know.
Mistress? Who's Harriet?
I don't know.
Okay,
but I do something. Oh, Harriet. He kind of sounded like Stanley.
Okay.
Obviously, it wasn't Stanley.
But
here's a couple guys. We got
Kings
take the lead late.
Okay.
Tossed.
Oh, that's a good one. Jeremiah's got a good one.
Where's Jeremiah?
Right below where you're at. Fox
bleeding and still getting the bucket.
Looking like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
The bloody eye. De'Aaron getting pushed by Van Bleed. Makes his calls of the day. Ramsey, where's Ramsey? He had one up there. He said De'Aaron Fox jump shot with approximately 35 seconds left.
That's the most Ramsey guess ever, with approximately 35 seconds left.
I don't know. Now it's time for the call of the night, brought to you by.
Is it call of the night or call of the game? It's call of the night?
Call of the night.
Because like the other day, it was call of the weekend.
Call of the night.
All right.
Call of the night, brought to you by nobody.
Really better get our act together before we sell this to somebody. Here we go.
Domantas Sabonis, and of course you can always rely on his defense.
Kings have numbers. Murray tees it up and laces a three. Kings up by 6. Storming back with a 14-0 run.
Wait a minute.
The blitz is on in the land.
That's the call of the game there.
I'm going to chalk that down to technical difficulties because I entered it in earlier.
Yeah, we had it all lined up.
Pause.
Damn it.
So
I was like, wait a minute. I don't think Mark was on the call.
Yeah, Mark was definitely not on the call.
I didn't when I recorded it. I didn't know
I
Mark
saw
on the
you
call.
come in here. I
he
saw
came in there,
Jesse coming in here. Well,
well,
tell us, what was it?
It was Fox layup after he got busted open.
Oh, it was a good. Who picked that? That was a good call right there.
Katie actually got that call.
So I was right. It was the call of the
Domantas
weekend.
Sabonis, and of course,
Go
you
back
can
a
always
couple
rely-
of days.
Katie actually got that call because the whole thing was quiet as kept. And we haven't talked about this. De'Aaron Fox played some damn good defense on Pascal Siakam on the play before that.
He did,
And
yeah.
he got a stop. They got the rebound. And as Katie was explaining,
He did a great job.
he did a great job on defense. And Fox was going so fast, she made the call. She was like, oh, and he finishes it with the layup and da-da-da-da. So, sorry,
I
Katie.
was actually just watching that defensive play because it was on the last 2-minute report.
What they were trying to say that wasn't a foul?
No. All of the plays are on the last 2-minute report.
Okay.
They were and they said I think all it said was the non-call was correct. Like
Yeah.
De'Aaron didn't foul him.
They were I don't know who they is, but they were trying to put that in question. It looked like good defense to me all the way through. That shouldn't even be in question.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if the play. Yeah, I'm looking to see if the play. All right, let's try it again. I wanted to see. Take two.
Fox trying to hold his ground against Van Vliet. Van Vliet in and out.
They got the switch that they wanted so that Pascal could back down De'Aaron Fox, but he held his ground and he goes back and he scores the bucket in transition. The Kings absolutely dominating this Raptors club tonight. 29 fast break points.
Next year, call it a night.
Christensen on the call right there. 20. It ended 31 fast break points. 31 to 16. Points in the paint were a different story. It was 68 to 50.
Ooh. Did you
Kings got out there.
Did you see the Kings had 17 threes last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Toronto only had 6.
Yeah, 6 of 21.
How do you get 123 points with only 6 threes?
It's old school basketball, baby.
They made 23 free throws.
Well, and there's that. They shot how many
That's
more?
only 6
7
more than the Kings, though.
Yeah, they shot 7 more than the Kings.
I don't know how that all. I mean,
they just got even calls throughout the 4 quarters, whereas the Kings got their 10 in the second, and then that half-ass 10 that they got
Right.
in the fourth.
Right.
They went how many? That has to be something we can look up. How many games where a team doesn't shoot a free throw for an entire quarter twice?
That's crazy. That's crazy. What did I've been trying to look at it. Maybe, I'm just missing it. Where did Fox get busted open?
Wasn't it on that play?
It was on that play, but I was trying to see if he got smacked or was it an elbow or I
thought he caught an
see.
elbow. I thought
When
he
he
got
was
elbowed
driving,
on the
right?
side. Yeah.
Yeah, so he was driving and then he made the Euro and finished,
Yeah.
but he got
Ashy ass elbow scratched the side of his face.
Yeah, this is what David all wanted today.
I don't know what it
Get
was.
some Jergens on that elbow.
All I know is De'Aaron will react to a non-call, but he reacted in a almost you've got to be kidding me way.
Yeah.
Where like you couldn't see the crimson mask at first. What you saw, you could see him pointing at he's pointing at his face, and I'm envisioning him saying, how do you miss this?
Yeah.
How did you not call it? And of course, and I guess here's the one thing I'll give the refs credit for. With blood trickling down De'Aaron's face, they decided, you know what? Not going to call a technical foul in this situation because
hell, they even stopped the
I
game.
missed it.
They
Well, they had
stopped it.
to.
Yeah.
You had to. I
They
believe.
stopped
Announcer Scott. That's infectious disease control.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that was
That's
crazy,
ridiculous, man.
That was real crazy.
That's just ridiculous.
These things are happening, and it was crazy because I'm watching it, and I see him pointing to him. I was like, oh, he must have got hit.
Mm-hmm.
And then they show another angle and the streaming down there.
Mm-hmm.
I said, oh my God, he's bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, he's bleeding.
Mm-hmm. Tazo says it was a work. He bladed like Ric Flair.
De'Aaron bladed.
Oh, just the thought of that is awesome. That is the ultimate way to sell a call. He just holds up, grabs it, slip it.
To hear him play
Oh,
this.
Shawn Michaels blade job.
Played like what's his name? Low Jack? New Jack?
New Jack. Oh no, not like New Jack. New Jack take a cheese grater and rub it across his forehead. He ain't doing that.
The scar tissue on his forehead was disgusting.
Man, look back at Dusty Rhodes and all of those guys,
Oh,
man. It's
man.
awful.
Jeez.
But I think we're on to something. That might be the only way Domantas Sabonis gets respect from officials. Is like there was on one of the cover tiles of our show that's on YouTube and Twitch. There was a picture from I think the Philly game where Domas had gotten clobbered and he was kind of down on the ground. That's where you blade. Right there. You get the little gig right there, and then you get up and be like, hey, what do I got to do to get a foul call? And then you look like Shawn Michaels in the first Hell in a Cell, and the refs feel terrible because they missed something. That might be the only way Domas ever gets a call.
Might be the only way.
Can I stick with Domas for a quick second?
Yeah, for sure.
Yo, this dude is having an all-star season. There's no but this, there's no but that. He is playing like an all-star. Hey, Jokic put up 43 last night. He's having a phenomenal season. Joel Embiid has put up 50 twice, including one of the most absurd 59-point stat lines I've ever seen in my life. Domantas Sabonis is right there with what those guys are doing. I don't know if he has to score 40 to get people's attention, meaning nationally. I don't know if he has to get like 40 and 30 to get people's attention or 30 and 30 to get people's attention. But what he's doing, he had a 20 and 20 last night. Domantas Sabonis took 13 freaking shots. And that is about in the range of what he does on a night-to-night basis. Again, Joe, Jokic, different animals, different teams. Those guys aren't taking 13 shots.
No.
They're taking 20 and 20 plus, and rightfully so. They're the focal points of that team. Domantas Sabonis is an all-star.
Period. I mean, they NBA.com actually, got in on the discussion earlier today where they had an article by Michael C. Wright talking about 8 candidates to be Western Conference All-Stars in the front court. And you got Anthony Davis.
Yep.
And he did this in alphabetical order, so it's not in any ranking. But Anthony Davis, Jeremy Grant, LeBron James, Jokic, Marketing, Sabonis, Wiggins, and Zion. And really, the only ones on here, it's Zion, Sabonis, Jokic, LeBron, and Anthony Davis. That's it. Sorry, Jeremy Grant. You're having a really good season.
Yeah, no.
You're not above Domantas Sabonis. Same for you, Laurie Marketing. You're having a really good season. You're not above Domantas Sabonis.
And they have an opportunity to change this. They have an opportunity to prove my feelings on this team wrong, and I think your feelings on this team wrong. If Andrew Wiggins is on that list, I better see something over the course of the next couple of weeks. Because the cold piece is, and rightfully so, I right now as it stands, I don't know how much better they'll be by the All-Star break. I do think they'll be better. I don't know how much better. The Lakers right now are 11-16. It's 5 games under 500. 11-16. You don't think Anthony Davis is making an All-Star team? LeBron James? So you're going to have 2 Los Angeles Lakers because all I hear is how the Kings have to win games for Sabonis or Fox to be an All-Star. Anthony Slater covers this thing. Well, you're only going to get 1. You're not going to get 2. I'm sorry. The Lakers could be 10 games under 500. They're going to get 2 All-Stars.
Yep.
So decide when the record matters. The Golden State Warriors aren't better than the Sacramento Kings right now. You going to put Andrew Wiggins in it?
That would be a travesty.
Domantas Sabonis is an all-star.
Absolutely. And just even by this, like you look at it in front court players, how many, I don't know how many they typically get, right? Like it's
I forgot what they do when they
I would
changed
say
it.
Just based on the kind of the old way of going things, you get maybe 2 small forward type players, 2 power forwards, 2 centers at 6.
But that is the old way, because I think you said it perfectly in the description of the article. It's literally front court and back court.
Right. But saying that though, there's not 2 power forwards to pick. Right? Like, because that's why they changed it, because you had to pick, quote unquote, a power forward.
I got you.
And you needed 2. But
right.
now if they're not 2 power forwards, you can take 4 centers. You know what I mean? So I'm looking at that list, and yeah, it should be Davis, Jokic, Sabonis, and Zion for the big forwards. And then you got LeBron and Luka. They probably have Luka there. Or I don't know. Doesn't really matter. But LeBron and whoever else you want as the small forward.
The 10 starters, 2 guards, and 3 front court players per conference are chosen by a combination of fans, current players, and media. The 30 NBA coaches select the 14 reserves, voting 2 guards, 3 front court players, and 2 players at any position in their respective conference.
He absolutely should get in.
Anthony Davis probably gets voted in.
Yeah.
It's the Lakers. It's popular. And I don't have no feelings about that. It's the way this works.
Either one of those 2, though.
By the way,
Jokic
he's
or
deserving.
Anthony
Right.
Davis. Or both, I guess, because it's front court.
Not only is Sabonis an all-star, this is easy.
It's not even
it's not even close.
No, it's not even close. It's not even
Come
close.
on, man.
He's going to the All-Star game.
You listening to D-Lo in Indiana or Cleveland or Utah? Where is it?
Oh.
Yikes.
Sorry you had to be an all-star there.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, even at ESPN 1320 on Twitter as well. Yeah, this is easy work. Domantas Sabonis is having a phenomenal season. I hope as we get closer to the All-Star break, it gets recognized more. I hope the more the Kings' 2-game losing streaks don't turn into 3 and they beat teams like the Toronto Raptors, that it's recognized more throughout the league. The beam is fun. And it's fun to write about that stuff, and it's fun to talk about that stuff, and Worldwide Wobe, the beam needs batteries, all of that kind of stuff. Man, that's great. Shift some of that energy to these players.
Yeah.
Shift some of that energy to what Malik Monk is doing. Shift some of that energy to what Domantas Sabonis is doing on a night-to-night basis. Shift some of that energy to De'Aaron Fox, who you set the bar for. You as a collective have set the bar really, really high for, and he's achieving that again.
Yep.
Do that.
100%. I agree with you, man. And these guys, like, you know, I always am hesitant to, I don't want to say give credit to, the coaches and everybody else, because they do their job. But I also, maybe it's more so that I don't want to forget that the guys out there on the court are still the ones getting it done, And just like you mentioned, Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Terrence Davis, Keegan Murray, whoever you want to talk about, regardless of the situations they're put in, whether good or bad, it's still their job to go out there and execute. And these guys have executed at a very high degree, higher than we've seen in this city for 16, 17 years. And it's high for NBA standards too. I think they've fallen into 7th place. But like I said, this could look totally different. I know it sounds like I'm putting a lot on this. This could look totally different January 15th. With all these home games they have, the way they play at home, the way that they've played this year at home, you could be looking at a top 4, top 3 team going into January 15th.
Well, just by the way the West is, like, you could absolutely see that.
Will they stay there all year? I don't know. But we could be going into MLK Day with the Kings top 4 in the West.
Come on, man. I'm sorry. I listened to everything you just said. I got a little fired up when you mentioned Lauri Markkanen. Because 1, Chicago. 2, there isn't a single metric that Markkanen is better at than Domantas Sabonis, except for scoring. Shout out Morgan Reagan. Stop being stat hoes. And if you're going to, look at all of them. Assist, not even close. Rebounds. He's got him by 3 rebounds per game.
Don't even start on assist.
Oh, it's not even close. 6.4 to 2.2. How? Their 2-point percentage is the same. The Markkanen's got him a little bit on the 3-point shot.
Lauri,
Domantas Sabonis has a higher field goal percentage overall than he does. What are we talking about? Why is he in this conversation?
Because Lauri could make the All-Star game. There's no way he should make it over Sabonis. That's not a conversation.
That's fine.
That's not a conversation. If they want to be on there together, cool.
You can't make it instead.
Absolutely.
That man's an all-star.
Yeah. What do you think about De'Aaron? Right now it's about 22-5. Might get up to 20.
I think the
23-6 is where I think he could be by the time the voting is concluded and stuff.
I think the bar is so high for him. I mean, CJ's gonna make it.
You think CJ gonna make it?
I mean, the Pelicans are the top team. You sending CJ and Zion?
And not sending Ingram?
Is Ingram will he have played enough?
I don't know if CJ makes it.
Okay.
Dame's
gonna make it.
CJ having a good season.
Is Anthony gonna make it?
No, Anthony not make it. Well, that's another one. Anthony shouldn't make it over.
Book's gonna make it.
Book's gonna make it.
Is Chris Paul gonna make it?
No.
Definitively?
Definitively.
Okay. Well, you'd have to break down the Jazz. Well, now these players get clumped up. Like, is Luka a front court player or a backcourt player? Which one is he?
I'd put him as a front court. So that's 4.
No.
And who knows what's going on with Steph?
Yeah. I mean, Steph will get voted. But Steph will get voted in.
Yeah. So Shea, Steph, Ja.
Shea, that's the one. I was thinking, who in this bottom tier of teams will make it? Shea's the one.
That's 7. And how many did that breakdown say? You get the 2 starters.
So we go to the 14. 2 guards, 3 front court players, and 2 players at any position. Because De'Aaron's not getting voted in.
No.
But
I was counting. So
2 guards,
2 voted in already. So now that's 5 slots, and now you got 2 guards,
2 wild cards.
2 wild. He might be the last one, just on the outside.
I mean, if he keeps playing like he played last night.
Oh, he played like last night. He in there.
Oh, he's definitely in there.
He in there. Yeah. But then, and pragmatic brings up a good
can you
point.
imagine?
These things could happen.
Can you imagine?
Steph get voted in and
Steph's definitely going to get voted
but not be able to play.
Yeah,
so that's
for sure.
Another slot, So
I hope if it's one of those things though, like if Steph's like, it's not like Steph starts and plays 30 seconds to appease the crowd and then sits down, because that takes someone's spot. Like someone could be, it's an alternate. It's still an all-star.
Yeah.
You mentioned numbers we haven't seen for the last 20 years. Sabonis. I guess I'm a Sabonis stan now too. In addition to
we all are.
I guess I've just turned into a giant Kings fan with a radio show. Somebody get me a ladder.
Come on.
Did you see the stat on TV last night? I think it was a StatMuse stat, so I'm sure it was on Twitter. 20 and 5 games as a King.
I did see that. That's crazy.
That Domantas Sabonis yesterday matched Chris Webber for the most in Sacramento Kings history, and Domas has played 42 games as a King.
Wow.
20 and 5. They each have 3. And Sabonis has played 42 games as a Sacramento King.
Oof. That's crazy.
See, this is why some of the people that cover the league are stupid. They tried to tell you that Tyrese Halliburton was traded for nothing. They tried to tell you that this year that Tyrese Halliburton was traded for nothing. And this dude playing the way that he is.
Domas about to be an all-star.
Domas and Tyrese are both likely to make this all-star team.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people have changed their tones in the last handful of months. Don't think we forgot.
No, we
forgot what we bookmarked all your articles
100%.
from the past.
100%.
I don't think we forgot.
Y'all was playing that boy Domantas.
That dude is so good.
He
Sabonis is so good.
And the one thing that I like about him, one of the things that I like about him is in situations like last night where there was nobody that can match up with him on the boards and inside. He never lets people off the hook. He dominates. If you don't have a center that can match up with him and make life difficult, if like James Hams was saying, if you're a little light in the pants, going up against Sabonis,
no junk in the trunk.
He don't let you off the hook. He's dominating the boards, and he's gonna punish you on the inside.
I've said this before. I can't stress this enough. If you get the opportunity to go to a Kings game and you could get there early enough, watch Sabonis's pre-game workout. It's like a sparring match. It's a straight up like it is work. That's one of the toughest dudes in the league, man. We've joked about it, but I haven't flat out said it. You've got to step out. So it's my show now. It's Kenny Caraway show. Kenny's actually going to step out, but our buddy Matt George, kind enough to slide in. Close out Batty Thursday, and don't go anywhere because we've got the best pregame show in all of professional sports. We got about 11 minutes.
Yeah, let's go. Let's take these boys out, man. Let's take them out.
To get you ready for the San Francisco 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks.
Let's cut the cord on them speakers they have down there at that damn field. Cut the cord on it.
All right. So Matt George joins me when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. 8 minutes and 40 seconds.
Appreciate you guys, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow, man. I'll be in here.
Okay. Oh, man. Oh. He didn't even, the cold part was he didn't even hear you.
What he said?
I heard it.
What the hell did he say?
Well, he said you're taking time off like someone else does, but I'll let him tell you when you get in there. What's up, Matty?
Get your ass out of here, Kenny. It's my show.
Now even Matt George is talking shit, man. This is a tough day.
Go.
Matty McQueen, what's up, man?
Get out of here. Screw you. It's my time.
Welcome to the D-Lo and MG show.
Ooh, yikes. Doesn't hit the same.
Nah, it does not. It does not. Hang on. 54. Okay. Damn, so we're closing with 2 long commercial breaks. That's fine.
If Kenny does Drake bars, do I do like Weird Al choruses? Is that what I do?
No, man, I've heard you rap. You can rap.
That's not even remotely true.
Matty Ice Bars. What are you talking about? You did a whole video.
And I distinctly remember after that video dropping, you looking me in my eye and saying, "You cannot rap."
Oh, that's true. I did. I thought you did a good job, man. I thought that stuff was always funny. Oh, man. 54.50. Okay, I got you. 54.50, and then we're coming back with Game Day for 8 minutes. And 40 seconds. Thank you. I'm going to need that 40 seconds. All right. Good stuff. Oh, man. We got to talk about here, man. We'll have some fun. Yeah, for sure. Yep. I'll see you tomorrow.
Get out of here. Leave.
Matt George sends his love.
Much love, Matty.
Shut up.
He's going to go back and watch this later and hear all the things you're actually saying about him.
It's how I respond to people who leave me. I get angry. I get hurt. I lash out.
Yeah, so I was thinking that too, Ramsey. It's a good call. The MJG show. I was thinking that too. But your middle name is
C.
MCG. Yeah, but MJG, the rapper, but MCG. Yeah, it still works. D-Lo and the MCG show.
Mick G.
Mick G.
Mickey G.
Indeed. Oh, man. Yeah, I think we got some time. What's on your schedule tonight?
I just got back from the Andy Thompson Sac State football presser, his introductory presser. So I have a package on that dropping for our 5 o'clock news, and then chilling, watching the Niners Seahawks game, and we'll do the newscast tonight on that. So
very good.
It's a nice Thursday.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I'm hoping we have. Actually, didn't hear from Ryan. I'm hoping we have Andy next week, early next week.
He's super nice.
Fine. It's fine. Yeah, we're good. Is he? Yeah. I heard he's pretty good talker.
Yeah, very nice, very genuine, super humble, and also like pretty emotional. Like you could see how much it meant to him. And like the first question I asked him when I got a one-on-one with him, the first question I asked him was like you're coming into a program where you're expected to build off of an undefeated season and back-to-back championships. Like, what the hell do you do? And he's like, man, I'm just going to continue what we were doing. So.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's a tough spot to be in, but I do think it's a great spot. I don't think this program is going downhill. I think the fact that they stayed in house, that they've got a guy that those players know, I think that's going to go a long way for him building the squad moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. But it's definitely an environment of optimism after losing a coach like Troy Taylor.
Yeah.
They're very optimistic about what they're going to be able to do. And I think the fact that, I mean, you're hiring internally means you can hit the ground running. You don't have to get a guy to re-implement and introduce. But
I
know some players are bouncing, like Scatabo is bouncing. I wonder if he goes to Stanford. That would be pretty interesting if he went to Stanford with Troy.
Yeah, Stanford's a tough transfer portal place. Like obviously football is important to them. That's why they hired a good football coach. But it's not the most important thing to them.
Yeah.
And you know, that's not a school that skirts its academic responsibilities. Not insinuating anything about Scatterbo, just saying Stanford is a really difficult school to get into.
Well, in Sac State football, their off season is tiny. Like after his press conference, he had a meeting with his staff, and they were having a scouting meeting today because I guess signing day is next week, and then they'll start spring ball, and then they'll start their summer camps and summer workouts that they do. So it's a year-round thing over there in Stingerland.
Yeah, I mean, that's college sports, man. You don't, there's no off season. You get days off.
Yeah.
But that, like we were just talking to, Coach Patrick a few minutes ago. You got plans for the holiday? No. Like I'm here. They got a game Saturday, and I think they got one next Wednesday, and then they got conference play starting after that, and that's where his focus is at.
Our guy DP has that team playing nice, man.
Yeah, it was some really good wins for them headed into their little finals break here.
Yeah, I was in the building for their game against Denver, which was a really fun. Like Chappelle, man, he had the game tire to go to overtime and the game winner in that game, and then 2 nights later had the game winner against who was it? Like
Long Beach.
I guess he was like the national player of the week too. Like
yep, and the conference player of the week.
Yeah,
yeah, you got them both. Yeah, good ball player.
A lot of good sports in Sacramento.
Yeah, man, it's exciting, and none better than the Kings. We're taking the longest commercial break in history because we've got Thursday night football, so we have to get some commercials in here, and then at 54.
It's because they knew Kenny was leaving. It's like, oh, I got to fill time. Kenny's not on the air.
Yeah, I guess so. Ain't here to talk about the 49ers. I think we're coming back in like 20 seconds. I don't think so. Okay, hang on a minute. Live on the Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube as well. As we mentioned, KC stepped out a little early, but I'm happy to close out this Batty Thursday with the host of the Locked On Kings podcast, and of course, a broadcaster over at ABC 10, our man Matt George. Matt, appreciate you, my friend.
Kenny Caraway ducking me like Lonzo Ball ducks De'Aaron Fox, man.
Cold world.
I can't handle it.
Cold world, man. Cold world.
I guess he's got like a family and a baby or whatever.
Look, you didn't miss a hit because you had a baby.
Of course not. I brought the baby onto the hit.
That's true. You did that on several occasions, and every once in a while I can catch Young already crying in the background of the Locked On Kings podcast.
Yep.
Which, by the way, it's a bit dated, and that's the, kind of the tough part about on-demand content. I didn't get to talk to you following it. I probably should have sent you a note. I really like the podcast following the Philadelphia game. The podcast really centered on how the Kings offense has gotten lost a little bit on this road trip. And that's not really applicable to what we saw last night. But it's just, I strongly encourage, and I've seen people post their Spotify year-end results. And I know a lot of people who listen to us are listening to Locked On Kings. But if there's some reason you're not on Locked On Kings yet, that's a podcast you really need to subscribe to.
Well, I appreciate that, D'Lo. And let me say something to that, too, is like I'm seeing all these people posting these Spotify raps, and it's some order or some combination of D'Lo and KC, of Locked On Kings, of Return of the Roar, Kings Pulse, Kings Beat. Like there's so much great Kings and Deuce and Mo. Like there's so many great Kings and sports related content here in Sacramento. And I think it's what's really unique about this market is how we can all coexist together and put together a great product and do our best to support one another too, often appearing on each other's shows. So I like to, being a part of it, obviously I'm a little biased, but it feels like in some ways like a renaissance of content and sports related content here in Sacramento. And I think what we were just talking about, the growth of like Sac State football and basketball, UC Davis football and basketball, it goes beyond just the Sacramento Kings, who are finally getting good too. Like it feels like a really, really good time right now to be a Sacramento sports fan.
It does, man. And I found myself getting a little frustrated a minute ago talking to Kenny, which is nothing new, but Kenny didn't do anything to frustrate me. As our conversation went on, I got more frustrated talking about Domantas Sabonis. And I realized, and it's a great hook, and I love it. And I've said this a million times. I have a pretty small family. They live in the Bay Area. They're coming here December 23rd to see the beam.
Yep.
They're excited to see the Kings and go to the Golden One Center. They want to see that beam. The beam is a really cool talking point. It's a really great way to hook people who haven't been paying attention to the Kings for a long time. But we're off that now, or we should be. You need to be talking about guys like Domantas Sabonis and what he's doing for this team, because my argument moments ago, Matt, was Sabonis is an all-star. And we went through different bigs who can make this in the West, not the Western Conference anymore, but who can make the all-star team. He is an all-star. And as we went through it, we realized it's actually relatively easy. He's an all-star.
Yeah, I think the beam caught everybody's attention, and Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox specifically should keep that attention. I could also put Malik Monk into that conversation too. But I put out on Twitter last night, and I pinned it to my profile. Like I've never been more confident in saying that the Sacramento Kings will have an all-star this year. Like to me, it's an absolute no-brainer. Like the idea. If we get to even if a scenario, knock on wood, of the Sacramento Kings completely falling apart between now and the All-Star game itself, which I don't think is going to happen because the Kings are about to come home for 6 straight after hopefully handling business in Detroit. And then the schedule opens up pretty significantly in January. A lot of winnable games in January too. Like, regardless of the results of those games, what Domantas Sabonis is doing right now, not just numbers wise, and I know a lot of people pay attention to numbers and they see the rebounds, they see the assists, he flirts with a triple-double on a nightly basis, he's putting up like 20 points a game recently, he's shooting a ridiculously efficient, like he seems like every night it's like 7 of 10, 8 of 10, 8 of 11, like he's just uber efficient. And now his field goal attempts are still staying around that 9, 10, 11, 12 a game range, but his free throw attempts are going up, suggesting to me that he's being aggressive. He's just drawing fouls. And if you draw a foul and the shot doesn't go in, it doesn't count as a field goal. So he's still attempting a shot. He's just fouled in that situation. But yeah,
imagine how aggressive you have to be Domantas Sabonis to actually get a foul call.
Yeah, I tweeted out last night as a joke, but it's also kind of true. Like if Mike Brown wants De'Aaron Fox to start getting some respect and get to the foul line, he just should have Domantas Sabonis guard him for a possession. Like it doesn't matter if they're wearing the same jersey, just Domantas go out there and hack De'Aaron while he's going up for a layup, and they'll actually blow the whistle and get De'Aaron on the line. But
that's better than our idea. We suggested they blade.
Sell it and blade.
De'Aaron couldn't get the call with the blood trickling down his cheek, down his temple yesterday. Maybe if Sabonis does the old Shawn Michaels, blade job across the forehead, they can get a call.
Well, hell, that won't even matter because apparently seeing blood isn't enough for an NBA official to call a foul in the moment or actually pay attention to a obvious push off minutes later. And I'm sure we'll get into that. But like that, actually, screw it. We'll get into it now. Like that play when I was talking about it on the pod last night, like I was laughing about it because like De'Aaron Fox, De'Aaron Fox is not that good of an actor. Like the man is not a stunt double. He flies 10 feet and slides across the ground. It's because he got shoved. It's not because he suddenly threw himself back and has that kind of control over his body. He's an athlete. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think De'Aaron Fox can do that. But like what irritates me the most about that play is I mean, I can't really blame Van Vliet because that's how he was playing the entire night. He was shoving and looking like a bull the entire night. So he just continued to do what he was doing, and the refs were letting him have it all night long. What pissed me off going back and watching that play is like the context behind it. Like you watch the clip, De'Aaron is pushed, literally slides past the official who doesn't even look at him. Now, one person could argue, oh, the official is looking at the play. He's keeping his eye on the play. Nah, the official is giving De'Aaron the cold shoulder. Why? Because that official is butthurt because both De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown called him out on his BS earlier on in the game when they both had a valid point. And that's where I get frustrated because it goes from just being bad at your job or it goes from missing a call to intentionally not blowing the whistle and intentionally ignoring an obvious foul. Like, I don't need the last 2-minute report to tell me that was an obvious freaking foul. You're intentionally ignoring it because you're butthurt or you're angry at how De'Aaron Fox spoke to you earlier on in the game, or because you're just trying to prove at that point you're just being a stubborn ass. And for a position where I'm not pretending NBA officials have an easy job, I'm not pretending that the NBA officials deserve the abuse that they get on a nightly basis from players or fans or coaches, whatever. They don't deserve that. They're human beings, and I know they make mistakes. But admitting your mistake versus doubling and tripling down on that just to be a stubborn jerk, that's not what an impartial referee, with your job is literally to be impartial. That's not what a referee does. That part pissed me off.
And then knowing the 2-minute report was going to come out the next day and say, yeah, they missed that one. And it's, again, a call at the end of a Kings game that the officials missed. Clean as can be look right there for Fred VanVleet. Thankfully, it didn't go in. The Kings were able to to walk away with the victory there, man. But what a mess that could have turned into. Matt, you mentioned the teams coming home. I mentioned the game against Washington on December 23rd. Not only are we going to be there, is my family going to be there, we want you to be there. We've got tickets for you right now. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. We'll get you all set up. This particular pair of tickets brought to you by Matt George. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. We'll send you to see the Sacramento Kings take on the Washington basketball team coming up December 23rd. You mentioned the Detroit game. That win last night was special for a variety of reasons. It felt like it was 5-on-8, but they got into, they've had a couple of bad games in a row against New York and Philadelphia, and they got into, I think it was a 15, 16-point deficit here that they didn't let get too far out of hand. And they fought, despite the fact they went entire quarters without going to the free throw line. They fought, they got themselves back in it, and they put themselves in a position to win that game at the end. And I feel like at some point, we're 27 games into this, Matt, we can dead that same old King stuff. We can dead the fear that these games are going to pile on top of each other and know that these are the ups and downs of an NBA season, but we as Kings fans just might not be used to the ups.
To me, last night's win was one of the more gritty Kings wins that I can remember in my entire time of covering the Kings and certainly during this 16-year playoff drought. And what stood out to me, I mean, all the outliers, all the reasons you listed of being down by 16 points, being on the road, Toronto being an extremely good and composed team. That's a very difficult place to play, like no matter who you are. But to me, it was and this is something that I give a lot of credit to Mike Brown and this entire Kings coaching staff, the adjustments that this team can make both from one game to another or in game is significantly better than I don't know any coach other than like Rick Adelman and his coaching staff that have made adjustments this quickly, and the team is receptive to those adjustments. Mark Jones, I thought, explained it or called it very well when he was calling the Kings and Knicks game. That game felt like it was being played in New York traffic. That's what he said. It was just so stop and go. And then the next game in Philadelphia, again, a lot of fouls in that game, stop and go. There was no flow. There was no rhythm to the game, and that drastically affects the Sacramento Kings. Drastically affects the Kings, because the Kings are a team that, like, we can see when they get going, kind of everybody gets the touches, the ball starts moving, shots start falling, the team figures it out, gets on a little bit of a vibe, and that's where they're at their best. So I give credit to teams for slowing the Sacramento Kings down, but I know Sacramento has also struggled with physicality. Like teams that have been more physical with them, slowing them down into kind of a grinded out style. Sacramento has struggled with that at times this season. So they take on a Toronto Raptors team who tried to do that against the Kings. The Kings go down by 16 points. Domantas Sabonis didn't shy away from the physicality. The Kings, De'Aaron Fox went from taking almost half of his field goals from 3-point range in Philly to 8 of 23 shots were from 3, and the rest were amongst the teeth of the defense in the paint and things like De'Aaron was immediately trying to be more aggressive, attacking the basket, and that opens up opportunities for everybody else. The Kings immediately adjusted to the physicality, did not shy away from it, and used that physicality to create transition opportunities for them. I thought the fact that the Kings had over 30 fast break points in that game, and yet only forced 7 turnovers. That means every single time the Raptors missed, it was an outlet pass and the Kings were trying to run. They were saying, if we can't get 6 minutes of just good, solid, fluid basketball without whistles, then we're going to take advantage of the 5 seconds at the beginning of the shot clock when we can beat others down the floor. So they created that opportunity for themselves. Those are adjustments night in and night out that made, I think, last night's win so impressive.
Do you think and maybe this isn't the case of the season, maybe it's the case of the road trip, but you tell me, you talked about the New York game, Mark Jones using the line, feel like it's being played in New York traffic. Do you think there's only so many things that they can control, but do you feel like they get sucked into playing the way that their opponent wants them to, rather than the way that they want to?
I think the Philly game, I don't know. I think actually both of those games, maybe the New York game a little bit more than the Philly game, I could say that. It still felt like the Kings were trying to play their style and trying to get things going. They just, like, the Kings really struggled to get within 20 points in both the Knicks and 76ers game. Like, they were having a hard time putting together more than 5 or 6 points consecutively. And credit to Tom Thibodeau in the New York game. He was calling timeouts as soon as the Kings got anything going, and the New York Knicks were making adjustments. So I give credit to the Knicks. The 76ers game, on the other hand, was a big man, a very talented big man in Joel Embiid initiating contact, playing physical, and yet whoever's defending him wasn't allowed to play physical, so everybody got into foul trouble, and the 76ers, who were just dreadful to watch as a basketball team, period, were allowed to go and play the game that they play the best, which is getting to the foul line. I don't know if the Kings could have done anything differently other than, you know what, you're not going to get to the foul line. We're just going to step aside and give you layups so we can inbound the ball quickly and try and get some tempo that way. But I mean, I think the officiating definitely had an effect on both those games. I think it was the game plan of both those teams to slow Sacramento down. And then the Kings were also missing some open shots to where they couldn't really get anything going because good looks that were being created by Sabonis or Fox or good ball movement just weren't falling. We saw in the second and third quarters of the Raptors game last night, as soon as those shots started falling, Malik Monk started hitting. De'Aaron Fox was getting to the rim. Domantas Sabonis was effective in the pick and roll. As soon as one gets going, it's like we all eat type thing. You eat, we all eat in Sacramento.
I thought that was such a tone-setting performance for Terrence Davis. He got out there, he gets the late nod. I know they wanted to try to give Kevin Huerter a go last night. He gets the nod to start, and he comes out, firing from 3. He cools down a little bit. I think the team as a whole kind of cooled down, but there was already that feel, all right, they've got this 3-point falling already at a better rate than they had in the last handful of games. Like, stick with that. And then along comes Malik Monk, who having 3 20-point scorers last night in that win, in a game that you won by 1 point. You needed everything that those guys had to offer.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Terrence Davis was fantastic, and then I thought everybody kind of answered the call. I was actually surprised with how little Terrence Davis played, like minutes-wise, and that's also what stood out to me is second night of a back-to-back after De'Aaron played 29 minutes in Philly. And Domantas Sabonis played, I think, a little over 30 minutes in Philly. It's not like they played 15 minutes and then had the rest of the night off. On the second night of a back-to-back, with De'Aaron, and it's just his second game back from an injury, you got 41 minutes out of him. You got 40 minutes out of Domantas Sabonis.
Which is kind of unusual, right? For those guys to crack the 40-minute threshold is unusual.
But that's what the Kings also needed to win. And that's why I loved the Mike Brown ejection so much, and I've seen a lot of people talking about this ejection, and it has a lot of built up from how the Kings have been officiated this year, and he finally popped and snapped, and I think that's true. But to me, the reason why Mike went from 0 to 100 really, really quick is I think Mike saw De'Aaron pick up his tech and said, oh, no. Like, my point guard's not getting thrown out. I'm going to get thrown out, because I think Mike Brown knew that if De'Aaron gets tossed out of that game, the Kings lose. Like, the Kings don't win that game without De'Aaron Fox on the floor. So Mike said, I can still get De'Aaron's message across. I can pick up my guy. I can have my guys back. I'll take the fine. I'll go sit and watch this game in the back. I got confidence in Jordy and the rest of my coaching staff that they can pull this out, and I'll keep my point guard on the floor, and hopefully he'll get a little better treatment. Now, of course, he really didn't for the remainder of the game. But, I thought that was tremendous leadership by Mike Brown to recognize, one, this is my opportunity to finally voice the frustrations that I've had building forever. And two, I think I need to do this to protect my guy. And that's, you talk about the respect that Mike Brown has in the league. It's little things like that, plus what stood out to me, D'Lo, and maybe this isn't surprising to a lot of people. Maybe this is pretty common in coaching circles. I don't know, because I'm not an NBA head coach or a basketball coach. But Jordy gets his first career win, right? And we see that video of the celebration in the locker room. Who's in the background during that celebration? It's Mike Brown. Just as happy as everybody else
Throwing
is.
water on him just like everybody else is.
And does Mike Brown step up? Does Mike Brown get in the way? No. He lets Jordy address the team. He lets Jordy give the speech. He gave the keys to Jordy in that moment. That was Jordy's moment. He said, I got ejected. I did what I had to do. He got his win. I'm going to step aside and let my lead assistant handle this. Like, that to me speaks to everything that Mike Brown is. And that's why these players, these coaches, now these fans are such big fans of his.
Yeah, that moment really stood out for me too. We brought that up here, and there were actually a couple of moments that stood out to me, and they all center around the coaches. That was one of them. The fact that immediately following the game, Malik Monk on the broadcast and Domantas Sabonis first up in the press conference both said something along the lines of, we had to go out there and win that for Mike. And then as Sabonis is talking, he brings up a speech from Doug Christie, and all in this 1-point win after after a road trip that's not going its best, a game that was just a disaster. Your point guard is bleeding. You're frustrated. Your coach gets tossed. All in that moment, you come together, you get a win. Jordy gets his first win. You mentioned Mike Brown celebrating. Sabonis brings up Doug Christie. Malik brings up Mike Brown, and it's you turn the TV off last night, or you head to your Locked On Kings podcast and go, man, this is a close-knit unit. This is a group that is out for each other, and this is the first time in a very, very, very long time that something like that can be said.
And I'm sure there was already a pre-existing respect between this coaching staff and these players, but you can see how that respect has blossomed in such a short period of time. And it's easy to understand, especially from the player perspective. I got Mike Brown, who's so well respected as my head coach. His backup is Jordy Fernandez, has freaking Jay Triano, has Leandro Barbosa, who still looks like he could shoot or suit up and drop 20 on any given night. And he works hard. Like you talked about Domantas Sabonis getting beat up pregame. Typically Barbosa bounces around and kind of helps with everybody's drills, and he puts a shot or a hand in shooters' faces like he's trying to make sure they don't get a good look. And he's also trying to pick their pockets. Like they play one-on-one before games start. There's a reason why those players are sweating. It's not just hot in that building. They're working. And Barbosa puts them through that. Doug Christie out there as well. Like this coaching staff top to bottom is so tremendously impressive that while I'm not saying I want Mike Brown to be ejected on any given night, I have more than enough faith in Jordy and the rest of that bench to handle their job. Everybody knows that what their roles are top to bottom in that organization. That was something that Mike Brown preached in his introductory press conference. He said, everybody needs to know their role. Everybody needs to be on the same page. That's how we change the culture of this organization. And it seems like everybody top to bottom has truly bought into that. It's even Monty McNair in the front office.
Ask you a Jordy question, a coaching question. I'm curious if you noticed this and what you thought of it. He went to Rashawn during the game, and we haven't seen a lot of Rashawn, and I think there's multiple different ways that you can look at this, but what did you think of Jordy going to Rashawn after he took over?
Like part of me was like, oh, this is different. This is the Jordy flair. But also at the same time, it's like, I don't think Jordy Fernandez was going, I got my opportunity. Now I'm going to change Mike Brown's rotation and show him what he should be doing. Like, I don't believe that was the situation at all. I think it was, maybe a little maybe a little matchup based, like the Kings. Chimezie Metu wasn't bad necessarily, but that team is such a physical team that Metu, I don't remember much of what Metu did, which maybe was kind of the point. He wasn't really having that much of an impact. I think Alex Len could have been very valuable to the Kings last night if he was actually available to go. Yeah. I'm okay with Rashawn Holmes getting some run. I'm a big believer in Rashawn Holmes still. I think he's having a really hard time finding how he fits. And the reality is maybe this Kings team just doesn't run the way or play the way that maximizes Rashawn's skill set. On one hand, I expect Rashawn to have the ability to adapt his game to make it work when he gets that opportunity. But at the same time, if you are a very specific archetype of a player who thrives in like pick and roll situations and thrive playing next to Tyrese Halliburton and thrive with that push shot, but you're now playing in an offense where the ball is primarily running through your center as a distributor in the high post, yeah, I understand those are very different things and maybe difficult for a player who doesn't necessarily have that skill set, who wants to play in a completely different way. So if Rashawn is ready to go, and if whoever the coach is thinks that Rashawn can give them a boost, I have full faith in them. And I think Rashawn, what I love the most is that picture that we saw the Beam team after the win, and there's Rashawn in the background with a big smile on his face. And there's no way, I'm sure Rashawn is not happy with his scenario. He's not happy with his situation, but you wouldn't know it by the way he interacts with his guys. We haven't heard anything. We haven't seen any complaints, which is very different from years past. So I will always support Rashawn getting minutes.
It stood out to me right away that Rashawn was out there. I thought, oh, all right, little Jordy call. This is cool. It's different. And then I realized looking back at the Philly game, he played minutes in Philly. Mark Jones, I think, uses the line, there's no such thing as garbage minutes in the NBA. They mean something to somebody. Rashawn played really, really well in those minutes, and it drew me back to Chimezie Metu against Golden State. Golden State up big. Chimezie Metu a part of the run that helps, get that game closer. But Metu had some DNPs there at that point. And I wonder if now after that Philly game, if it was like, hey, we've gotten a little look at Rashawn. And I don't mean to frame it if I am. Like, it's not like he played big minutes yesterday. He played a handful. He played like 3. Chimezie Metu played 4. Like, there wasn't minutes for those guys yesterday. But I did think maybe he showed this staff something, and it was a conversation they were having well before the game about what Rashawn Holmes had did against Philadelphia. You mentioned the second night of a back-to-back. Hey, maybe there's a situation where we could use him a little bit more moving forward.
And I still do believe that Rashawn is a massive asset to have on your bench that you can point to and go to in the same way that KZ Okpala is. Now, Rashawn has shown more at the NBA level than KZ Okpala has, but I have a specialist in KZ Okpala when I need a lockdown defender out there. Maybe there's an offensive drop-off, but when I need to get a stop, I need some length. KZ, you're my ace. Get in there. So Rashawn Holmes, if I need energy, if I need fast break verticality, if I need a lob threat, even though he hasn't shown that nearly as much as Chimezie Metu has, which is a bit perplexing to me. Rashawn is available, and he's more than capable. And I know largely because of Rashawn's contract that there wasn't much of a market for him trade-wise during this offseason. I don't know if that's going to change or not before this NBA trade deadline, but I guarantee you 29 other teams in the NBA could use a player like Rashawn Holmes. Rashawn does provide value. He does have value. The seasons that he put in Sacramento to earn that starting spot and to get that contract that he earned weren't just flukes, weren't just misnomers. Like, that is who Rashawn Holmes is. Maybe he is just a very specialist player that needs the right system and needs the right guys around him to maximize himself. And if that's who he is, welcome to the NBA. There are a ton of role players who are that exact same way, especially big men. So there's a place for him in the league. And I trust that the overall collective basketball IQ and experience of that coaching staff to find out when, if at all, to use Rashawn effectively.
One player I do not think we have mentioned one single time today, I honest to goodness don't even know if we've said his name, is Keegan Murray.
Yep.
Keegan did not have a big scoring output last night, but I thought he had moments where he was really impactful. I thought the few plays that he made were really, really timely. He hit a three that they desperately needed in the fourth quarter, and he's a guy who I think, despite this, those two games not going well, I think he's a guy who's kind of regained his form, kind of regained his balance a little bit here, and is playing really well. And on nights that he's not shooting well or scoring a lot, he finds ways to be really, really effective. And I thought he did that last night.
I pointed this out on my pod. Keegan stays making really important plays in big or in important situations, like fourth quarter plays. He just makes, whether it's a big shot when the Kings need it, or you talked about that three that came at the end of a really nice stretch for him. I think he had a layup. Then the next possession down the floor, I think they were trying to get the ball in the paint to, I want to say it was Pascal Siakam, and he got involved and knocked that ball away and was credited with a steal, and then had the three as kind of the final part of that trifecta. Overall, 10 points, not the best shooting night for him, shot under 50% or 40%. Like, it's not a night with the sexiest stat line that's going to get him a lot of run. But what that says to me is that this rookie is a gamer. Like, he knows when he can make an impact and how he can make an impact. And there's a reason why he is consistently on the floor for this team, even on a night where he's not putting up big numbers and hitting a lot of shots, or is even that big of a threat to opposing defenses. It doesn't matter. Keegan Murray is out there because he's a smart player, and he knows how to make an impact in the little opportunities when he needs to. And those little things that he does, forcing that one turnover that leads to a fast break opportunity that puts the Kings up by 5 instead of by 3. Like, those little things add up to where you pull off a 1-point victory on the road against a playoff team in the Eastern Conference. So, like, Keegan, I mean, could he be doing more to impress me? Absolutely. And I'm not just trying to pretend that everything's okay when he doesn't have great shooting nights. And then I would love for him to have 16-point nights instead of 10-point nights like he did last night. But he still finds ways to be impactful outside of the box score. And typically you don't see rookies do that this early on in their careers, even if he's an older rookie.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. Everything is okay if he doesn't score the amount of points. Like, he is proven he can be an impactful player for this team at various different degrees. What does a 3-3 road trip say to you about this team? Should it happen, they have another game to win, and they need to. They're better than the Detroit Pistons. They need to beat the Detroit Pistons. But what would a 3-3 road trip tell you about this Sacramento Kings team?
I think it's monumental given the context. Like, going into the road trip, I said the goal should absolutely be 3-3, and an ideal scenario would be 4-2. I thought 5-1 and 6-0. Of course, that would be fantastic, but we're talking like best case scenario at that point, and you have to play near perfect. Like, and it's not just a road trip. It's not just 6 games on the road. It's 6 games when you're gone from home for over 2 weeks. You're in the East Coast in December. Like, it's a complete. You're jumping around from market to market. A lot of distractions out there as well. Like, these road trips are nothing to roll your eyes at. Like, these are significant no matter how much luxury they're traveling in or what 5-star hotel they're staying in, right? So for me, given the context of you're 1-2 to start the road trip, and then you're down 16 in Toronto, you come back and win that game, and then you handle your business in one of the games that you should handle your business, hopefully, in Detroit. Absolutely, the expectation is they should win that game. And Kings of old would go into that game maybe with a little bit of a swagger, or look at us, here we are, we're way better than this team, and we don't have to give our all. And look, the Detroit Pistons are a team where they have enough talent to where they can explode on you on any given night. Hell, we saw the Kings do that to other teams when they were a bad team last season. Suddenly they rattle off 130, 140 points.
Detroit had 140 last night.
Yeah, Killian Hayes played super well last night. Not to mention Cade Cunningham, Marvin Bagley, if he's capable of playing more than 10 minutes without hurting himself. Like,
that was uncalled for. Because it appears that he's not, and I hope he gets healthy. But he did get hurt last night.
Sadiq Bey, like there's so much talent in Detroit that you can't take lightly, but you absolutely should beat. And if you're able to do that, rattle off a 3-3 road trip, come home, and then you're staring at 6 straight at home where you've had a lot of success against teams that are good, but teams that are also beatable. Like that, to me, that
that's the thing. Charlotte's not good. No. And that's the difficulty. That like you got Detroit and Charlotte coming up. Those teams are not those I think are the 2 worst teams in the league, not just 2 of the worst teams. I think those are the 2 worst teams in the league, and those are your next 2 opponents. You got the Los Angeles Lakers coming in. I really don't know what you get from the Lakers on a night-to-night basis. There's obviously an extreme level of talent there, but you just don't know how it all gets put together on a night-to-night basis. And the Wizards, they had kind of hovered around that 500 mark, and they're starting to sink. A lot of people had looked to, and us included, at this 6-game road trip, how potentially season-defining it is. Man, Matt, this next month at home might be the season-defining moment. Like, how real is this, coming up? Like, can you reel off 3-4 wins against teams that you are significantly better than?
First off, shout out to the Chatty House. I forgot that Cade was out for the season. Completely spaced my mind.
Yeah,
number 2, sorry, I don't watch Detroit Pistons basketball. Number 2 is just like we were talking about with the Beam getting their attention, and the Beam's kind of the fun story, but now you need to pay attention to the players. Like, this is the real opportunity for the Kings to go, okay, you're paying attention to us a little bit. Now we're going to keep your attention. Now, okay, you're listening, you're watching. Now watch this. Like, that's what I look at this next stretch. Like, I look end of December through most of January. This is a potential for, I think, this Kings team to make a believer out of a lot of people, and many of whom are Sacramento Kings fans who are just still a little bit skeptical. Why? Because it's the Sacramento Kings. Like, this is your opportunity to kind of get rid of that, brush that under the rug a little bit, cement your 2 all-star candidates in Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. Hell, maybe make it a runaway for Malik Monk winning 6th man of the year. Whatever it is, like, this is your opportunity to really separate yourself. And what I think is even more important than that, D-Lo, is building yourself a safety net that I think you're going to need in the Western Conference, or at least a little bit of wiggle room in the Western Conference, that when you get to the grinded out months of February and March and early April, especially if the West continues to be as tight as it is, there are some veteran teams and some veteran programs who are going to recognize, okay, seeding is everything and it's winning time. And 1 or 2 games could be the difference. 1 or 2 wins can be the difference during that time between you being a play-in team and you being a legitimate playoff team, like a 6th or 5th seed. So that's what this stretch, this opportunity presents the Sacramento Kings, is getting your work done ahead of time, taking advantage of playing at home, and also keeping the attention that you have earned on you.
I love it. If you haven't added Locked On Kings to your podcast listening habits, you're missing out. It's a fantastic podcast. It's fantastic work from our man Matt George. Of course, you can check him out on ABC 10 as well. Matt, thanks for keeping me company while Kenny steps out a little bit early. But the show's not over. An 8-minute edition Game Day coming up here as we get you ready for 49ers and Seahawks next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great stuff, man. I got the Morgan Reagan treatment. The lights went out on me. There's one of them. I actually like the look. I like the little. I feel like Elias. I got the little spotlight look here now with the overhead lights off.
Well,
oh man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Don't spend your 8 minutes of overtime money all at once. Okay, make sure you stretch that out. It'll get you through winter.
I'm gonna try to build a nest egg, like you were just talking about with the Kings, man. I'm just gonna try to build a little cushion with this, Matt.
I appreciate you. Have a good one.
You too, buddy. Thanks, man.
Later, Chatty House.
Matt George, right there. Break out the acoustic guitar. Let's go, man. Oh man, great stuff. Extra time, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Actually, I was interested in watching Detroit this year. That died quick. That died really quick. Not even because of Cade. It's just it lost my interest quick. Anybody at the First Rock concert? The one in Sacramento? The best one? He had a good one where he roasted Vicky Guerrero, which was pretty funny. But nothing will ever beat the first one in Sacramento. Indeed. Shout out anyone named Elias. No doubt. Overtime, baby. Yeah, hanging out for the next. I think we got an 8-minute show, and then we'll throw it to Seattle. Get ready for 49ers football. That's it. I'll be sure to come back when the Lakers beat the. The reaction that night. That's one of the biggest reactions I've ever heard. That and Seth Rollins in person. That and Seth Rollins cashing in Money in the Bank at WrestleMania. Man, that pop just incredible. The Rock should announce the first Kings game like it was the Super Bowl. I absolutely agree with that. Oh, you were at the Vicky one. Oh, that's awesome. Was that the same show? That wasn't the same show Sean super kicked Hogan, right? I was at the show where Sean super kicked Hogan. I was at that one. I had great seats for that one.
Was that during their feud where Sean at the SummerSlam or whatever?
It's what set to the feud. And Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was the 4th of July, and it's what set into motion that SummerSlam match. Like that was Sean's heel turn, and then the day after SummerSlam, he turned babyface again. Did you ever see the promo of him in Montreal during that era?
Are you talking about the one where he's like, "Oh, I'm Bret Hart," and they play?
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
I think I was watching that like when it happened.
Oh, so good, so good. Yeah, 4th of July. Okay, good stuff. I remember that. Yeah, Doko is going to be crazy. It's happening, man. It's happening this year. Doko is going to be wild when that finally happens. Walk. Elias got was it Elias and Kevin Owens in Seattle?
I think that's right, because I know which one you're talking about.
And they booed his ass for the whole minutes.
Time.
Yeah, it's good crowd heat is fun. It used to be so funny. I might go back and watch it. I love big reactions from crowds, man. They always that's one thing that I'll just always love about like good wrestling is like the emotional reaction you get from it. Like when you tell a really good angle and you can get a reaction out of it. That's what I heard happen last night with the kid, not the kid, but the kid and Chris Jericho. You know, the wrestler with his first match, and Chris Jericho kind of playing that Razor Ramon role. I heard that got a really good crowd reaction. Oh man. Did you give me the exact clock time yet? Is it 8:40? That's okay. That's all right. Whenever you're ready, it's fine. Oh, he was at the Sean Superkick show. It was a SmackDown. Oh, okay. Oh, I remember that angle. Oh, I remember that too. The Macho Man dropped the elbow and tried to pin him. And he just pressed him over the top rope. Action Andretti, that's his name. Okay. It's an extended edition of D-Lo and KC, just without the KC. In fact, it's a 49ers game day edition of D-Lo and KC, presented by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge and the Elk Grove Auto Mall, and online at elkgrovedodge.com. Of course, the San Francisco 49ers are taking on the Seattle Seahawks in Seattle tonight. Thursday night football, a chance for the 49ers to clinch the NFC West. The 49ers are playing incredible football. Their defense is playing on an incredible level right now. And the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo has stepped in following the injury to Trey Lance, and now Brock Purdy, who is active tonight, has stepped in for Jimmy Garoppolo. Really, I know, hey, it's just one game. Calm down. It's really a game and some change. And it's really a game and a good amount of change because he came in and beat the Dolphins and started the next week, got the win there against Tampa Bay. Defense, again, incredible. And that's the story to me of the San Francisco 49ers. If the San Francisco 49ers are good enough to win a Super Bowl, it's because their defense is good enough to win a Super Bowl. Now, the kicker to that is what happens on nights like tonight. Can that 49ers defense hold up on short rest? Can that 49ers defense hold up on a short week on the road? Again, after giving up only 7 points to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 7 kind of cheap points as it is. But can they hold up? And what will you need from your quarterback in order to get the dub? It's a tough task. Thursday night on the road is a tough task. But, Kenny kind of alluded to this earlier as we were talking about it, as we were talking about this game. If Brock Purdy performs tonight, if Brock Purdy performs well, and he's performed well, he's performed in a way I thought following the Miami game, asking Brock Purdy, hey, just don't go out there and make mistakes. You've got playmakers in Christian McCaffrey, who we have seen multiple times this season prior to the injury. You've got playmakers like Debo. Hey, reminder, George Kittle is still on this roster. Brandon Ayuk has become a major playmaker for the San Francisco 49ers. Jawan Jennings is a great go-to guy. Like you got a lot of weapons. You got a lot of toys at your disposal right there. If you're Brock Purdy, and the argument coming in was, hey, just don't make mistakes. Don't turn the ball over. Essentially, it was a belief that's all you were asking Jimmy Garoppolo to do. Don't come in and make mistakes. And during the win streak that's now at 6, Jimmy Garoppolo had done a really good job of that through 4 of those games. He'd done a great job of that through 4 of those games. And Brock Purdy has done a great job of it now as the time that he's been under center as the quarterback. I think the biggest wild card in all of this in tonight's game is less the Thursday, less on the road, though I believe those are both major factors, but the fact that, Seattle's desperate. Seattle's playoff hopes essentially ride on this game. They have a couple of things working in their favor. I mean, it's absolutely not over for them if they lose this game to San Francisco tonight. But now you have a certain element of control if you're Seattle and you win tonight. They've got a tough schedule ahead too, but you look ahead to just this weekend, and you got the Giants and the Commanders again. And assuming that game doesn't end in a tie again, you've got an L right there, and you've opened the door up for Seattle. So that's one of the biggest. That to me is one of the biggest things to watch tonight in this game is Seattle's a little bit wounded, and they're desperate. They're desperate to get a win tonight against the division rival at home. They're desperate to get a win tonight against the division rival at home, who, oh, by the way, is starting their third-string quarterback. And it's impossible to not think about what the hype will be like if the 49ers win this game. Look at Seattle's schedule moving forward, by the way. It's San Francisco tonight. It's at Kansas City. It's the New York Jets. And that's of note because Robert Saleh on that team, they're probably going to be fighting for a playoff berth themselves in that second to last week of the season. And then you got the Los Angeles Rams there. I'm pretty comfortable in saying that last game of the season on January, that ain't going to mean nothing for the Los Angeles Rams. Whether it means something for the Seattle Seahawks may very well be determined by if they win tonight. Because, again, you've got two really tough games after tonight against Kansas City, though you got the little, you got the time to get ready for it. That's actually a Christmas Eve game. And then you got New York after that, the New York Jets after that. I think it boils down to this. San Francisco 49ers defense is the best defense in the league. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Pete Carroll. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the Seattle Seahawks and what they've been able to do this year. I think they were written off before the season started, minus Russell Wilson. Of course, that's completely understandable. I think Geno Smith has been written off for years. I think he's done a fantastic job. I think Geno Smith is one of the best stories in the NFL this season. But I think when push comes to shove, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, man, that team is locked in on that side of the ball. That secondary does his job. If that secondary does their job, Nick Bosa's, Geno's going to feel Nick Bosa tonight. He's going to see him. Fred Warner, Eric Armstead, that whole crew. And I think that's what it comes down to. I also don't think the game is going to be pretty. I think if you're a 49ers fan, you're going to love it because you're just going to be rooting on your team, sitting on the edge of your seat. If you're a casual football fan turning into Amazon Prime tonight, I kind of feel like this might be a tough watch. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. We might see the punters a lot tonight because I don't think Geno's going to make a lot of mistakes. I don't think Geno, even against that defense, is going to put his team in a compromising position. I think we could see the punters quite a bit. And I do, if I'm forced to make a prediction, man, I can't make a prediction. That's not my job. My job is to just talk about the game. I can't make a prediction because I, honest to goodness, don't know who's going to win this game tonight. So much is on the line for Seattle. I just can't write them off. But it's hard for me right now, the way they've been playing, to see that defense, to see that San Francisco 49ers defense fall short. Even in a low-scoring game, it's hard for me to see them fall short. Appreciate you so much for being with us. Not just the last 8 minutes on this 49ers game day presented by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com, but all day. Kenny will be back with me tomorrow at noon. We hope that you are as well. Enjoy 49ers football here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That was you know what? I'll hit you with a pause moment. That was a phenomenal 8 minutes right there, guys. Come on, man. Was that 8 minutes as memorable for you as it was for me? That's good stuff, pal. Did it here under the spotlight and everything. My Elias spotlight. Love you guys, man. Hit the thumbs up before you go, please. We're obviously here tomorrow. I think it's the last Friday this year that we're here. So we're taking off the next 2 Fridays, but we will be here Monday through Thursday, as there's way too many Kings basketball games to miss out on. So we're already at 245, man. That's good stuff. Let's see if we can get to 300. And I appreciate you, Brian. 8 minutes in heaven right there, baby. 8 minutes in heaven. And that's what it's all about, man. Let's go get those 49er skills. Let's go get that 49er win, I mean. Have a great rest of your evening. We'll see you guys tomorrow at noon. Appreciate y'all.